have been using the app nose. Oh, and the knob isn't on the nostril. Okay, so then they get.
This is the only one that's kind of screwy because I have the bread known sitting on top. Oh, why don't I just put the bread known there? So champion Shorthorn Bull gets the table. Reserve gets the backpack. And it's the same thing, and there's not a plus bread known.
Okay.
But then champion gets the banner, reserve gets the duffel folder. For bread owned. And then we should have enough time that I can help you reset for plus.
Good morning, everyone. We are starting the morning with senior showman. So our senior showmanship class is coming into the ring. Our judge today is Hunter Locke Roach. Once we settle into the pace of the show here, we'll get her introduced. But please welcome Hunter Locke Roach from Packwood, Iowa, judging our junior show today.
Well, good morning, guys. I'm excited to be here, and what a beautiful day to work through some Shorthorn cattle. Awesome first class of senior showmanship. I think all the way down through some great kids that are getting their cattle shown and presented to a very high degree. And I thought things got close, just like the three showmen out front. I'm going to ask them to come back for the senior finalists. Just thought these three did a little better job of getting their cattle set up quicker, more efficient on the show stick. So congratulations. We'll see them back in a minute.
So that was our first heat of senior showmen. Abby Giddings, John Reeby, and Kylie Brill will be coming back once we complete our second heat of senior showmen.
Another good class of seniors. I know we had a late addition, but that's all right. She did a nice job getting her calf set up out here. Appreciate her for coming out for showmanship. Going to keep the two ladies out front to come back for the finals. I just thought these two just did a really good job of being relaxed and really competent showmen. So congratulations, good job.
So coming back for our final heat will be Brianna Burling and Riley Bruce. While our final heat of seniors are coming in, we'll introduce our judge, Hunter Locke Roach. She lives on a row crop and cattle operation in Packwood, Iowa. She graduated from Oklahoma State University with a degree in animal science and a minor in agronomy. During her time at OSU, she competed on the livestock judging team, achieving multiple 5 finishes, including at the San Antonio Stock Show and the American Royal. Her team was named high team overall at both the American Royal and North American, where they were crowned 2002 national champions. After graduating, Hunter returned to Southeast Iowa to continue working on her family's farm. She now works at a local agronomy company while also managing Locke Cattle Company along with her husband. She co-owns and operates Roach Brothers Show Stock, where they run about 50 Hampshire and crossbred ewes, raising show lambs.
5 really, really good senior showmen here to start our division off. And honestly, I think it gets really close between all of them. Went back and talked to the kids, just asked them to tell me a little bit about their project, what their plan is, what the calf is, and all of them were very knowledgeable, passionate about their projects, which I really appreciate that. Really great kids. I think it got close between 2 showmen out here. I think one's probably just a little calmer, a little more collected, and even when their calf wasn't acting the best, they still just handled the ring and handled themselves, I think, the best today. And then for reserve showman, I think another kid that's just really calm and collected, always knew where I was in the ring and just getting their calf set up to the best of their ability. So I think it gets really close between those 2. If you would, please give them a hand. I'll go show you a champion reserve senior showman.
Our champion senior showman was Abby Giddings, reserve champion Riley Bruch. Now we'll have 2 heats of intermediate showmen. So these showmen would be between 3 heats of intermediate showmen between the ages of 12 and 15.
good group of girls here in the first class of intermediate showmen. Going to ask the two to come back out front. I thought these two just did a little bit better using the whole ring when they're circling, getting their heifers set up as efficiently as they can. Great class, though. Congratulations to all 4 girls.
So coming back for our final in our intermediate division will be Madeline Schuler and Sophia Horn. Now we'll have our second heat of intermediate showmen.
Another really good class, and honestly, this has probably been the toughest decision to try to keep two of them back, because I think all four of these young people did just an excellent job. Their cattle are setting up good and acting good. I think just little things dwindled it down to the two ladies out front. I think their cattle just acted a little bit better for them, a little more collected, and just maintained eye contact with me just a little bit better, I think, in this particular round. But it's a fresh morning, and it's cool outside, so I know the cattle are probably going to be acting a little squirrely, and that's all right. I understand it, but going to ask these two to come back. Congratulations, great four group of kids there.
From that heat, Zoe Herman and Kendall Catch will be coming back for the final. Now we'll have our third and final heat of intermediate showmen.
great class to finish out the intermediates. I think the two kids out front probably did the best job by getting their heifers set up, knowing where I was, and positioning themselves the best in the ring. Nothing to take away from the young people. We're not going to ask back. I think these kids did a great job too. I think just sometimes maybe their cattle were wanting to act up just a little bit, kind of getting a little cockeyed there when you're set up on the profile. But everyone did a good job. Congratulations. We'll see those two in a minute.
So from that heat, Clay Heim and Brady Mulhaney will advance. So our final heat of intermediate showmen would include Clay Heim, Brady Mulhaney, Zoe Herman, Kendall Catch, Madeline Schuler, and Sophia Horn.
think definitely the deepest set of showmen here in the intermediates. Enjoyed talking to each of the kids. Again, I asked them the same type of question. I just wanted them to just tell me about their project, what they're doing the rest of the summer with them, how the beginning of the year went with them. And they were all very educated and knowledgeable about their project. A lot of them have really big goals, later county fairs, state fair, and World Beef Expo. Wish them the best of luck there because I think they're great kids and great showmen. So I think it gets close between champion and reserve showmen out here. I think two of them separated themselves on just positioning themselves and their calves the best in the ring, keeping their loins and making them look the best they can. I think they did probably just the best in this particular division. So if you would, crowd, please put your hands together for them. Show them how proud we are. I'll show you a champion reserve.
So our champion intermediate showman was Sophia Horn, reserve champion Zoe Herman. Congratulations. Now we're moving into junior showmen. There will be 2 heats of juniors. So this show would not be possible without our sponsors. This year's Gold Buckle sponsors were Bishop Family Cattle, Central Wisconsin Pasture Sale, LRWLG Consulting, and Olson Family Farms. Shorthorn Stockman sponsors Grassy Lake Shorthorns, Grandview Farm, White Oak Beef, Stelzer Show Cattle, Country K Shorthorns, Oakwood Farms, Signature Farms, and our blue ribbon sponsor was DNA Farms.
Really good group of these junior showmen. Going to keep the three back along the wall. Thought these three did the best job of getting their calves to kind of walk into their stance, knowing where I was, and using the whole ring when we're circling there. So going to ask these three to come back. Congratulations to them.
So advancing from that heat will be Claire Kleckner, Annie Zine, and Cade Heim. This will be our second and final heat of junior showmen.
awesome class of these junior showmen. Going to keep the 3 back along the fence. But, man, I know we went down in age, but we definitely did not give up on try. And these kids are trying and working really hard. And that young man does an awesome job showing his calf. I know his calf. Yep, please give him a hand, guys. It is no fun, buddy, showing one that wants to do things like that. So I hope he shapens up and acts a little better here later on in the show for you, because you do a great job showing, okay? Going to keep the 3 back to come back for the finals in the juniors. Congratulations. If you would give them one more hand.
So from our last division and now in for finals was Tucker Catch, Vidalia Kimball, and Carissa Ibes. And from our first heat, Claire Kleckner, Annie Zion, and Cade Heim.
really great group of these juniors to finish out junior showmanship, and getting to visit with each of them. I think a lot of them are very knowledgeable again about their projects. They got big goals this summer, some going to state fairs, some at their local county fairs. Wish them the best of luck there. I think their cattle look good, and they do have a heck of a job showing. So I think it gets close for Champion Reserve Showman. My champion showman knew everything about their calf, how it was bred, where they're going to go show it next, and I think with being knowledgeable, they did the best, just getting their calf set up and presented the best. For following that showman for reserve, I think another individual that just remains really calm and collected, getting his calf set up and shown to the best of his ability. So gets close. I'll go show you a Champion Reserve showman here in the junior division. If you would, please put your hands together for him.
Our champion junior showman is Vidalia Kimball, reserve champion Tucker Catch. Congratulations. Now we have one class of Pee Wee showmanship.
They don't have not the shutters, okay. I had a brain fart. Yeah.
I mean, could we be any cuter here in the Pee Wee division? Two girls doing just an awesome job showing their cattle out here. Both of them were really cute to talk to, telling me their names of their calves, and they're showing them the rest of the summer, and they're just doing a great job. So I think one of them did a little bit better job of just getting their calf set up and their feet set up and looking where I am in the ring. Another one just did an awesome job of sticking with it and just doing her best that she can. So if you would, guys, please put your hands together for the Pee Wees. Go show you Champion Reserve.
Our champion Pee Wee showman is Charlene Kimball, reserve champion Grace Kleckner. So now we are starting on our market steer show. In the ring now is our first steer, and he weighs 450 pounds.
Getting us going in the steer show this morning. A really nice calf, I think, to win this class. I think a really nice built calf that stays really level in his top line balance. Really nice structure, hip and hind leg. Foot structure there at the ground is really nice. And this guy, I think just more time on feed just to stouten that calf up would be to his advantage. So really good single entry. Congratulations to her.
Winning our first class of market steers, Abby Giddings. Now we'll have our second class of steers, 3 entries in this division, ranging from 975 to 1,050 pounds.
Good class of steers in this particular class, and I think a really nice one to lead off. I think that's just the combination steer of the class that's got the right kind of shape, muscle, and body, while still combining it with a really high quality look from the side, up-headed, level top kind of a calf. You know, you could probably change his foot shape just at the ground ever so slightly, maybe stouten him up just to compare to what he's got going up high, but a really nice type of a calf to win this particular class. I think it gets close between second and third, and for me, I just like the youthfulness and balance of the young lady's red steer to go second. Definitely the greenest in terms of just muscle and cover today, but I think build, look of quality is where I like him to go second. Body shape and some top width is definitely in the third place calf's advantage. Like those things about him. She's done a great job feeding him and getting him to this point. Just need to change that calf structurally. Really wants to get jammed up front. I think if we can just lengthen him up, just relax him in his spine, he can move up a spot. So good class of 3. Congratulations to those kids.
First place in our Class 2 market steers was Jocelyn Edmonds. Second place, Keely and Kenzie Everson. And third place to Leah Edmison. Now our final class of purebred market steers. Large class coming in, and they range in weight from 1,200 to 1,363 pounds. So we will be selecting our champion bred and owned. We are going to do our bred and owned, purebred and Shorthorn Plus together.
Awesome big class steers here, and I think an awesome type of a steer to lead off this class. And I think he does it in a hurry, honestly. I think that's an awesome balanced type of a steer that's still really shapely and stout when you get in behind the cattle. Big old top, stout hip in that guy, and still can give you just a really high quality and fresh look from the side. It's a really nice calf to win this class. Congratulations to her. I think it got a little closer between second, third, and fourth for me. I think the next best balanced calf and the next best combination steer is going to be the young man's white calf. I think that calf is fresh haired, got a nice body shape to him. I think structure is really nice on that guy. I think we could probably stouten him up in terms of his foot shape there at the ground, but still relaxing his spine. I think him in motion is where he surfaces to the top of the class. Young lady's red roan calf that's going to come next. I think this calf hit me really hard when he first came into the ring. He's really good bodied, really nice in the center portion of his rib cage, soft in his look from the side. Probably not as just punchy and stout muscled as the two cattle that beat him in class, but just for his practicality and body shape, like that calf to go third. Congratulations to her. Young lady came back. We just saw her in Pee Wee Showmanship. She's doing an awesome job back out here for the regular show. Big frame, good type of a steer. I think his top line balance is nice. I think his hip and hind leg structure is what sorts him over the cattle that follow him. His hawk and just his pastern and the way he goes to the surface is more to my liking. Still got some topside shape in him, stout out of his hip. Think if we could just freshen him up, and maybe that's our showman just a little bit, but if we could get that calf's head up, get him presented a little better, he might run up to the top of the class. Stout, heavy muscle type of a steer is the young man's calf. Big old top, stout hip, really shapely through his lower quarter and stifle. Really appreciate that about him. Just got to fix that calf structurally. Lay him back in the angle of his shoulder, give him better set to his hind leg. White calf that's coming next, really nice, balanced, nice built type of a steer, long and level out of his top line. Just needs to have more punch and more muscle shape here in a market steer class. Calf that's coming next, good bodied, has a nice hind leg when he's set into motion. Need to freshen him up, need to change his shoulder design just a little bit. Another good bodied, practical kind of a steer. She's done a great job feeding him, rounding out the class. Like I said on some other cattle, we just got to change his front end skeleton, relax him there in his angles. Great class, awesome big class for the young people. Congratulations to them.
In Class 3 of Market Steers, first place to Maggie Kirschner, second place Jack Gear, third Peyton Dorn, fourth Grace Kleckner, fifth Scott Pritchard, sixth Alyssa Gint, seventh Matilda Roycraft, and eighth Allison Butke. So now we'll pick our champion and reserve champion purebred market steer. So we'll have Abby Giddings coming in from the first class. Jocelyn Edmonds winning Class 2. The class that just completed, Maggie Kirschner. And also coming in vying for reserve would be our second place in class from class number 2. That would be Keeley and Kinsey Everson. And second place in Class 3 was Jack Gear.
three really nice classes in the Shorthorn Steer Show, and I think it gets close probably between the reserve steer, but for sure I think the champion steer separates himself. Just super good looking, stout, powerful calf that still gets out and goes. Young lady out of the third class, she'll be champion. Congratulations to her. We'll take another look here for reserve, and then I'll show you reserve grand. Congratulations.
Our overall champion purebred market steer was exhibited by Maggie Kirschner, and our reserve champion was shown by Abby Giddings. Okay, we'll do it again with our Shorthorn Plus Steers show. Coming into the ring is our first class single entry, a steer weighing 400 pounds.
Really nice Shorthorn Plus steer to get the Shorthorn Plus side of the steer show going, and honestly, a really nice single entry type of a calf. I asked her how she gets these young calves so broke and so ready here in the first part of June. It's pretty impressive. She does a great job, and a really nice type of a calf to win this class. Super good looking, good bodied, and stout, and I still like his structure when he's in motion. Congratulations, sir. Really nice single entry.
So that was Abby Giddings with our class winner with Mo. And now coming into class will be our second of three Shorthorn Plus market steers. They will range in weight from 800 to 1,120 pounds.
Another good class, and I think the top 3 pair of steers get the closest for me. Guess I just landed on the white calf to start this class, and I don't think any of the cattle in the class are probably perfect structurally. I just think that calf probably just combines the best just look, a balance, show steer image from the side while still having the right kind of shape and muscularity to be a show steer. Like I said, none of them are perfect structurally. Kind of wants to get just a little weird about his hock and his pastern, but I think when he relaxes and just moves out here, he does it probably to the best degree there. So going to win with that calf. The black and white steer that's going to go second, really heavy muscle, juked up type of a steer, big topped, really stout and powerful out through his hip. Love those things about him. Structurally, he's got to be changed. We got to knock that calf back in the angle of his shoulder, probably give him just more flex and reach out of his hind leg. But I think muscularity, look, a balance, still think that calf needs to go second. Really like the chromed up steer the young man showing. I'm glad he's acting a little bit better out here for the show. Really big-footed, stout, rugged type of a calf that's long-bodied, stays really level out through his top line. Just for me in a market steer class, wish that calf had just a little more topside shape, buddy. Barely just could stouten him out of his hip just a little bit, but love his foot size and his stoutness there at the ground. Really nice calf to go third. The red roan calf's going to go next, and I think just in terms of just a big outlined, high-performing type of a steer that stays level out through his hip and his hind leg there. Definitely need to add some more shape and just body to that calf to move him up in the class. Black steer's going to round out the class, moderate, nice type of a steer. He's done a good job feeding him. Just need to make him a little softer about his body type, probably stouten him up in terms of muscularity. Really great class. Congratulations to those kids.
Class 2 of Shorthorn Plus Market Steers, first place to Brianna Burling, second Elizabeth Phillips, third Chase Zion, fourth to Carissa Ibes, and fifth to Luke Edmondson. Now our third and final class of Shorthorn Plus Market Steers, ranging in weight from 1,151 to 1,300 pounds.
Nice class of steers, and I really love the top end of these two cattle out front, the two peach-colored steers, two very, very nice, high-quality type of calves. I guess for me, the young lady's calf, I think just blends and smooths just a little bit more put together there from the profile. That calf's more acceptable there in his shoulder and his angle design there. I think he's leveler and longer out through his hip. I think structurally you could change that calf just a little bit. He probably wants to jam his hock just a little bit when he's set into motion. Change him there, but still I think that's the best balanced combination calf of the class that I like to win. Really love the volume of muscle and stoutness in the peach calf that's going to go second. Awesome about his body shape, barrel rib there, really stout and powerful out through his hip. Just structurally, buddy, we got to fix him in his shoulder. Really wants to get out there and get coarse about his shoulder design, little straighter about his hock as well, but volume of muscle and quality is definitely in that calf's advantage. Really like the pair of calves that are going to come next, the young man's and the young ladies here. I think similar type of cattle here, good bodied, nice balanced type of a steer. I think the young man's calf just had a little more punch there about his lower quarter and stifle. Thought he hit the surface about his pastern and ankle just a little bit better than the young lady's calf. Saw him earlier in Showmanship hunt, and I think that's a really good type of a steer that's good bodied, opens up with the right kind of shape. Just wants to get a little weird there about his foot. I think if we relax him there, he could probably move up a few spaces, but very nice type of a steer. Calf that's going to round us out, probably just a little coarser about his makeup, a little coarser about his shoulder. Doesn't blend together quite as nice as the cattle that are in front of him, but in terms of bone work and having some muscle, he definitely has that. So congratulations, great class to work through there.
In Class 3 of Shorthorn Plus Market Steers, first place to Morgan Van Schneidel. Van Schindel? Van Scandal? Thank you. Thank you, Morgan. Second place to Weston Kushar. Third, Morgan Eng. Fourth, Kendall Catch. And fifth to Claire Kleckner. Now we'll select our champion Shorthorn Plus steer from our first class, Abby Giddings. Class winner in Class 2, Brianna Burling. Our class winner in Class 3, Morgan Van Scandal. And our second place winners from Class 2 and 3 will also be in the ring vying for reserve. Second place in Class 2, Elizabeth Phillips. And from Class 3, Weston Kushar.
three really nice classes in the Shorthorn Plus Steers show, and I think definitely had some quality to sort within the two classes that were a little bit bigger, quality cattle that are standing out here to represent those particular classes. When it comes down to Grand and Reserve Champion here in this steer show, I think there was a pair of cattle that came into class and just fit together very well. The two out of Class 3 will be Champion Reserve. Congratulations to them.
So both our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus Steers came out of Class 3. Our champion was shown by Morgan Van Scandal, second to Weston Kusher. Now we'll select our champion bred and owned steer. We are going to show the purebreds and the Shorthorn Plus together. So in the ring will be from our purebred division, Abby Giddings, Keely and Kenzie Everson, and Leah Edmison. Bred and owned from our Shorthorn Pluses, Abby Giddings with her plus steer, Luke Edmondson, and Weston Kushar. And also in the ring with the bred and owned steer is Morgan Eng.
Nice big class here in the Bred and Owned show, and I think probably the exhibitors can agree with me. There's nothing more fun and rewarding than showing something that you grew at your own farm. So very rewarding type of a class. I think it comes down to two of them for me. I'll take one more look at them, and I'll show you Champion Reserve here in the Bred and Owned show. If you would, please give these kids a hand.
So our champion bred and owned came out of Class 3 and was also our reserve champion Shorthorn Plus Weston Kushar. And our reserve champion bred and owned was shown by Abby Giddings, which was our reserve champion purebred steer.
Yeah, if you want to take the duffel bag, go.
Yeah. Tell him he's got to take his glasses off his hat. Take your glasses off.
So now we'll move into our female show, and we'll start with our cow-calf pairs. All right. We are not on the cow-calf pairs. We are actually starting our breeding heifer show. So they did bring the cow in with our calf. So we're just looking at the heifer calf, born February 7th of 2026.
Really nice type of February calf. We're a little bit confused there at the beginning, but that's a really nice single entry type of a calf. Hopefully when she acts a little bit better, we can see her move a little more, but I think her body shape and just structure looks good on her. Just probably need to get her a little more broke. But hey, we're here doing a good job. Congratulations to him.
So winning class 1 is JJ Murfelt. That would also be our junior heifer calf champion. Congratulations, JJ. Now we'll move into our winter calves, single entry in the next class, born 11/22/25.
Really nice single entry again, a very nice complete, nice balance type of a heifer in this particular class. Young man does a good job getting her shown and presented out here. Probably could change her just a little bit about in her loin, kind of wants to dip in her loin and maybe get a little coarser about her tail head, but I think structure and balance is really nice on that female. He does a great job. Congratulations to him.
Class winner Tyler Vondra with his winter calf. Next will be our senior heifer calves. Very tight age spread. Our youngest calf in the class was born October 20th, the oldest October 13th. Should be 3 entries in this class.
really nice trio of heifers in this class, and I think all three of the exhibitors are doing a great job getting some young cattle just set up and shown out here. So the calf that's going to win the class, I think she does it really easy in my opinion. I think that's an awesome bodied, good structure type of a heifer that's fit and presented to a very high degree. She does a great job just setting her up there from the side. Sharp looking, awesome body type of a female. Congratulations to her on a really nice class winning heifer. I think it gets a little closer between second and third for me. I guess I just like the young lady's heifer's just body shape. I think she's a little bolder in their upper turn to her rib, a little softer in terms of her flank. She kind of wants to get a little awkward there when she's in motion, just wanting to fight the halter a little bit. But I think when she's relaxed, I think that heifer's hip and hind leg and hock is very nice. The white heifer that's going to round out the class, young man does a good job getting that one just presented. Really sharp, good looking, nice fronted type of a female that draws back really level out through a hip. It's from there she probably gets a little coarser about her tail head, probably a little sharper in the angle of her hock there and when she's in motion. Good trio of cattle though for sure with a bright future ahead of them. Congratulations to them.
In that class winner was Gianna Bischel. Second place to Keely Everson. Third place Tyler Vondra. Now we'll have our final class in this division. Two heifers in this ring. We have a September 2nd and a September 23rd heifer. Then we'll select our senior heifer calf champion.
Going to leave these two the way they came in. The red heifer is going to start. I think volume and body shape is where that heifer needs to win the class. She's the best there about her full rib and lower flank. And I think still in motion, that heifer is really nice about her hip and her hind leg. I will say in motion sometimes she does want to get just a little tight in the middle of her spine. I think if we could relax her there, she could be even more competitive here when it comes down to for the division. The white heifer that's going to go second, really fresh and youthful type of a female, really nice about her front end. Got a good hair coat and a fresh look about her. Just needs to be a little softer about her full rib and body shape. Probably could stouten that one up just a little bit when you get in behind the cattle. But a great pair of females. Congratulations to those two kids.
First place in that class was Morgan Eng. Second place, John Reeby. And now we'll select our senior heifer calf champion. So we'll have our young calf coming in, J.J. Murfeld. I apologize. That was a division on its own. That was the calf that came in with the cow. Thank you. So this will be our division. Tyler Vondra won the first class in the division. Next class winner was Gianna Bischel. And Morgan Eng won the third class. Also in for reserve champion consideration, Keely Everson out of our October class, and from our September class, John Reeby.
Really nice division of these heifer calves, and honestly I'm really impressed with the level of quality that came out to your shows, because I think it'd be kind of hard to break cattle here for an early June type of a show, and these kids are doing an awesome job. Got them broke, got them looking good, and presented the best they can. I think there's two heifers that separate themselves just in terms of body shape with a good look and still combining just the right kind of structure and feet and look, a balance about them. So I think two of them separate themselves. Go show you the two I like. Congratulations to those kids.
Our champion senior heifer calf was shown by Gianna Bischel, and reserve champion to Morgan Eng. So our summer yearlings are coming in, single entry in our summer yearling class. There will be 2 classes in this division, and then we'll select our intermediate champion female. Heifer coming into the ring was born July 18th, 2025.
Really beautiful colored dark red heifer that the young lady brings us in this single entry class, and I think honestly one that could probably beat a lot of heifers in her particular age group. Very high quality, sharp, good looking fronted type of a heifer that draws back, really soft about her body, still really nice about her hip and her hind leg. Congratulations to her on a good single entry.
So class winner there was Ty Mulhaney. And now we'll bring in our late spring yearling females. They're all May born of last year. Should be 4 entries in this class. And then we'll select our intermediate champion female. Once again, our judge today is Hunter Locke Roach from Packwood, Iowa. She's a graduate of Oklahoma State University, where she was on a very competitive livestock judging team, and she had several top 5 finishes, including San Antonio Stock Show and the American Royal. Her team from Oklahoma State won both the American Royal and the North American, was the 2022 national champions. She now is works at an agronomy company and manages Locke Cattle Company. And then with her husband, she co-owns and operates Roach Brothers Show Stock, raising Hampshire and crossbred show sheep.
Good class here in this particular class. I think it gets really close on the top end of cattle. I wanted to walk them one more time just to make sure I was right in my mind and how I wanted to discuss them. But I think the young lady's heifer that wins the class does it so with her look at balance when she's in motion and when she's standing still. I think that's the one you're drawn to about her front end. Really sharp, good looking, draws back the levelest about her loin out through her hip, and I think she hits the surface probably the best just in terms of her hock and her pastern. I will say I think she's probably just a little sharp and wants to just get outside of herself just a little bit, ever so slightly when she kind of gets worked up. That's where I'd change that heifer, is in motion there right about her hock. But still, I think a high quality one that just combines the most positive things in this particular class. Love how feminine the heifer is that's going to go second. Really feminine and smooth, has a really late maturing type of a head and neck about her, soft haired, presented to a very well and high degree. Young lady does an awesome job just getting her shown and presented. Really good bodied. Love those things about her. I just think in motion is where that heifer kind of falls out of balance a little more. Little lower fronted, little deeper about just her shoulder, kind of wants to work up in her loin, get a little awkward about her hock. But man, standing still, feminine, smooth, very high quality type of a female. Really like the predominantly white heifer that goes third. I think in terms of just look and balance and structure, that heifer's very nice. She's long and level out through her hip, really nice and soft about her, just her ankle and her pastern. I think in this particular class, she probably reads just a little bit more mature about her head. Probably like to stouten her up, give her some more body shape when you compare her to the two heifers that precede her in class. Really nice type of a female that is going to round out this class of the young man. Got some volume of muscle and some body shape in her. Just need to change her structurally to make her work up. Need to relax her about her shoulder, relax her in about her ankle. Good class there. Congratulations to those kids.
First place in that class went to Riley Bruce. Second, Charlene Kimball. Third, Tyler Vondra. Fourth, Cade Hine. So now we'll select our champion intermediate female. We'll bring Ty Mulhaney back from class number 5 with his July-born heifer. Riley will come back with her May-born, and we'll have Charlene Kimball also in the ring, second place in our May class.
Really great division of heifers here that come out and compete for the division champion. And honestly, I think under some different judges, some things could go different ways. And I think maybe later on in the summer, it may do that. And I think you guys need to keep showing them because all three of them are very high quality, and all three of them could beat just a lot of different kinds of cattle. So I think it comes down to just personal preference. I think there was a pair of them out of that second class that just hit me really hard. I'm going to keep them together. They'll be champion reserve. Congratulations.
So champion and reserve intermediate heifer both came out of our second class in that division. First place Riley Bruce and second place Charlene Kimball, or reserve champion I should say, Charlene Kimball. So now we'll move into our early spring division. So we'll start with our April-born calves. And then we'll have a class of March before we select our division winner. So 3 heifers in this class. Oldest was born May 6th, youngest April 6th, youngest April 24th.
Good trio of heifers and lots of differences in this particular class. Opted to go with the young ladies heifer to win. I think this female is just the best in her look from the side. Really nice fronted, good fresh head about her. I think she ties in there really nice about her shoulder, draws back there really good. Like her hip and her hind leg, I think that's what surfaces her in the top of this class. Really nice about her hock, her pastern when she goes in motion. You know, you could change her in a few areas. She wants to dip just a little bit about her loin. Probably could make her a little softer in terms of her body shape there when you get off to the side of her, but a really nice type of a female to win this class. Top line balance is probably where the young man's heifer could win this class. She's better and hooks up there stronger right behind her shoulder, better about her loin and long out through her hip. It's just when you get off to the side or maybe when you get in behind the cattle as well, just not as much of this female. She gets a little flatter about her rib, a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape, but a really feminine, nice type of a female. On the opposite end of the spectrum is the young man. I mean, this one's got some muscle shape, big top, really stout hip in that female. I think she has a really bright future and maybe making some show steers for the young man. Moderate, good body type of heifer, just hits you a little coarse in the show heifer ring, little coarser about her shoulder, could probably just relax her in terms of her hind leg. Good trio, lots of differences there. Congratulations.
In our April-born heifers, first place to Phoenix Subert, second place John Reby, third place Garrett Clark. So now we'll bring in our March-born heifers, 3 entries in this class.
Good class, lots of different shapes and sizes in these three cattle. I think the young lady that's out front that's going to park there in the middle of the show ring just needs to win the class for me. I think just in terms of body shape, with still having a good look at balance from the side is where this female needs to win. There's no doubt about it. She's probably a little huskier out here compared to her contemporaries. We could probably lean her up just a little bit, but I still think her just structure and balance still surfaces, and she needs to win the class. Congratulations to her. I really like the heifer that's going to go second. I think she's going to make an awesome cow for the young lady. Big outlined, good top line balance in this female's got a really big foot and bone there at the ground. Just doesn't balance up quite as nice as the heifer that wins the class. A little shorter about her neck, probably a little coarser about her shoulder, but man, going to make a great cow, great replacement type of female for her. Heifer that's going to round out the class, the roan female. I think this girl came in for showmanship, and she just does a really nice job with her projects. Really calm, cool, and collected. This is a really nice female that's really level and long about her top line balance. Just need to have more of that heifer. She needs to be a little softer bodied. Just need to have a little more performance in her. Good class. Congratulations to them.
So in our early spring yearling March class, Madeline Schuler was our first place exhibitor. Second place, Amelia Orbow. And third place, Zana Kleckner. So now we'll select our early spring champion purebred heifer. We'll have our class winner, Phoenix Subert, from class 7, or our April class. And from our March class, our winner was Madeline Schuler. We'll also bring in second from each class, John Reby from our Aprils, and Amelia Orbow from March.
Two good classes in this division, and I think the pair of heifers, the class-winning heifers that come back out here and show are pretty different in their kind. One's probably just a little bit fresher, a little more extended up front, probably a little better about just her hip and her hind leg, really nice big feet, and I like her foot shape there at the ground. You know, like I said in class, she probably gets just a little awkward about her loin, little shallower in terms of just her body, a flank from forerib to flank there, but I still think a high quality one that's really fresh and youthful out here. Heifer that won the second class, I talked about her just a minute ago, just body, volume, and thickness. I think all things about that heifer that I like. Like I said in that class, she probably definitely has hit the feed bucket a little more than the other cattle. Could definitely lean her up in terms of her condition. Think it gets close. For me, I like the fresher heifer out of the first class. She'll be champion. Heifer out of class 2 will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our champion early spring heifer was exhibited by Phoenix Subert and reserve champion Madeline Schuler. So now we will have a class of February born. 3 entries in this class. Youngest heifer born February 22nd, oldest February 5th. After this, we will have one class of January borns and pick our junior champion female.
Good trio of heifers, and I don't know if any of them just jump out and tell you to use them, but still, I think the red heifer just needs to win this particular class in terms of look, of balance, when she's standing still and in motion. I think that heifer is the best and hooks up the best there right in behind her shoulder, really long and level out through her hip. You know, I change her just a little bit in motion. She kind of wants to get just a little awkward about her pastern, but still, I think that heifer is very nice and very high quality to win the class. The white roan heifer that's out front here, she's going to be second in this particular class. I think her body shape's nice. She's really soft about her forerib and flank. I think she just doesn't look quite as nice there about her front end, a little plainer about the shape of her head. I think if we could freshen her up just a little bit, makes the top pair just a little more competitive. The white heifer that's going to round us out, moderate, good body type of a female, just need to change her structurally, gets a little forward about her shoulder, little forward there about her hind leg there. So good class. Congratulations to those three girls.
So in our February born in our February born heifers, first place to Gianna Bischel, second to Annie Zion, and third place Emma Chandler. So now we'll bring in two entries in our January class. We have a January 19th and a January 27th born heifer. Then we'll select our junior champion. While Hunter is working this class, we'll announce our gold buckle sponsors. These are sponsors that donated $250 or more to the show. Bischel Family Cattle, Central Wisconsin Pasture Sale, LRW LG Consulting, and Olson Family Shorthorns. Thank you to our gold buckle sponsors.
Going to leave these two the way they came in. The red heifer is going to win this class. Very nice, high quality type of female. She does a great job showing her, getting her presented out here. Very, very high quality. I think her structure reads really good. I wish she'd just grab another gear and kind of pull herself together a little bit better when she's in motion. She's just so calm and lethargic almost when she's going, but I think a very high quality one that can compete at a very high level. Young man's heifer that's going to be second. He does a good job getting this one shown and presented out here as well. Good looking, heads up type of a female that's really level out of her top line. Just needs to be a little softer, hits me just a little coarser about her angles. Good class. Congratulations to those two.
In our January born heifers, first place to Brady Mulhaney, second place Chase Zion. So now we'll select our junior champion female. Our class winner from our February born heifers was Gianna Bischel. First place in our January class, Brady Mulhaney. Also in vying for reserve will be our second place heifers in each respective class. Annie Zion from our February class, from the January class, that's Chase Zion.
Two really good class winners to represent this particular division. Both of them are very, very high quality, good structured type of heifers. I think there's one that just combines it in a little smoother, little higher quality package. It's going to be the heifer out of class 2. She'll be champion. Heifer out of class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations.
So that will make our junior champion female the entry from Gianna Bischel. And our reserve champion will be Brady Mulhaney. So now we'll have a class of fall 2024 born heifers. This will be our senior division, just 2 entries in the class. Again, this will be our senior heifer calf champion, or senior heifer and reserve senior champion in this class. And then we'll pick our champion and reserve champion purebred heifer of the day.
Good class, lots of differences in this particular class. Heifer that's standing in the middle currently is going to win the class. I think she does it really easily. I think that's the best bodied, best looking heifer of the class that gets out and goes, just the most mobile off of both ends of her skeleton. Good place to start. I think it gets a little closer between second and third in this class. Guess I just like the white heifer's just foot and bone. Has a little more just muscle shape to her, like how she's a little more moderate about her frame as well. The red heifer that's going to go third, big outline type, performing type of female that's long and level made about her design, gets a little frailer and probably just a little sharper there in her angle about her shoulder, but I think if we change her there, it's a very nice female. Congratulations to those three girls.
So in that class, first place to Allie Culliver, and that would also be our senior champion female. Second place in reserve senior champion female to Peyton Dorn, and third place to Carissa Ibes. So now we are selecting our champion purebred heifer.
So these, right?
Yes, correct.
So we have our heifer, senior heifer calf champion in the ring, Gianna Bischel. Reserve champion standing here along the rail would be Morgan Eng. Our intermediate heifer was shown by Riley Bruce. Reserve champion Charlene Kimball. Our early spring champion Phoenix Siebert. Reserve champion Madeline Schuler. Then our junior champion Gianna Bischel. Reserve champion in our junior division Brady Mulhaney. And the division we just finished, our senior division, Allie Culliver was champion and Peyton Dorn reserve.
If you would, ringside, please put your hands together for the Purebred Shorthorn exhibitors. Really good heifer show this morning. I think you guys should be really proud of the lineup of heifers that you have out here. I think they could be competitive not only in the state of Wisconsin, but definitely at your junior national and at your state fair later on in the year. So I think there was a pair of them that hit me very hard when they came in for class, so probably going to keep them together. But I'll show you grand and reserve here in the purebred heifer division.
So our grand champion purebred heifer was first our immediate champion, shown by Riley Bruce.
Sit on it.
And our reserve champion was first the reserve champion intermediate heifer, shown by Charlene Kimball.
Great lineup in the Bred and Owned show, and I think it gets really close between a few of these heifers out here. I think when you studied them back in class, they did really well in their class, and then drop them back out here, they still look just as good. So kids should be really proud of the projects they bring, definitely when you raise them yourself. So really great division here. If you would, please put your hands together for them. Show you Champion Reserve.
Our champion Bred and Owned was shown by Tyler Vondra. And a reserve champion Bred and Owned, John Reeby. Now we'll move into our cow-calf division. We just have 3 cow-calves. We have 1 2-year-old and 2. We'll bring in our 2-year-old first. And then we do have a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old that'll be in the next class.
Really nice single entry pair young man brings us. They're doing a great job getting them shown and presented out here. Great looking cow, moderate, good bodied, has a great udder underneath of her. She's doing a great job raising a heifer calf at side. So hopefully maybe here next year you can bring the heifer calf back out and show again. So congratulations on a good class winning pair there.
Our first place 2-year-old cow-calf pair was shown by Jackson Brisky. Congratulations. Now we have our older cow-calf pairs coming in, both young cows though. We have a 2022 and a 2023 year model, so a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old.
Really good cattle in this particular class. Young man's pair there on the end. He's going to win this class. I think an awesome looking type of a cow for him. I don't know how she probably did last year in the show ring, but she's a super good looking, elegant fronted type of a cow. Yeah, she probably gets a little coarser about her teats. I'd change her there, but man, good looking. Has an awesome heifer calf at side. Really nice pair. Congratulations to him. Really like the cow that's going to go second as well. She's probably a little more refined about her teats. Appreciate that about her. She's doing an awesome job raising a big calf at her side. Big calf that looks like it has a lot of future to her, getting her broke and shown out here a little bit better than when we saw her earlier in the day, but a really nice type of a calf. Congratulations, really good cattle there.
First place cow-calf pair in that class went to John Reby. Second place, J.J. Murfeld. Now, if my paperwork is correct, we're going to select our champion cow-calf pair. So we'll have our 2-year-old winner, Jackson Britsky, will be back in the ring. And John Reby, the class winner from our second class, J.J. Murfeld, also vying for reserve. And then we'll pick a grand champion shorthorn female. So we'll bring our champion and reserve champion open heifers back, as well as our champion and reserve champion cow-calf pair.
Had 3 really nice pairs to come to the show today. I know it's no easy feat getting baby calves broke and shown and getting your cow back out to the show, getting some flesh on him, and I just commend these exhibitors. They're doing a great job, and all 3 of them are very, very high quality. Young man's pair there that won that second class, he's going to be champion. Really love that cow and calf at side. Congratulations to him. Think it gets a little closer for reserve, but I just prefer the moderate body shape and the calf at side of the young men that were in that first class. He'll be reserve. Congratulations to them.
And I did misspeak. We are not doing a champion overall, so we're going to move into our Shorthorn Pluses. Our champion cow-calf pair, shown by John Reby, reserve champion to Jackson Britsky. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. And again, we are now going to move into our Shorthorn Plus show.
Good little heifer to start the Plus show out. She has done a great job getting her shown and broke out here. Probably was a little more complicated to get a young one broke. So she's doing a good job. I think just some more time on feed to let this heifer just bloom up. But still, I think a very high quality one in her own right. Congratulations.
So congratulations to Bailey Schreiber. That was a February of 2026 born heifer. Now we'll bring in a single entry, a January heifer calf of this year, and then we will select our junior heifer calf champion.
And then we have to
So,
Really nice, balanced, good-looking type of a heifer in this particular class. Really sharp and elegant about her front end. Draws back really level and long out through her hip. Probably has just a touch extra set to her hind leg than maybe what I prefer, but still very high-quality one that she does a great job showing. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Riley Bruce. That was our first place January calf. Now we'll bring those two back, vying for junior heifer calf champion. So as far as heifer names go, we have an apple and a cinnamon in the ring currently.
Still, I think when you drop them back in here for division, I like the bigger red heifer, I think, to win, just in terms of skeletal design and body shape. She'll be champion. The roan heifer will be reserved. Congratulations.
So our junior heifer calf champion was shown by Riley Bruce. And reserve champion went to Bailey Schreiber. Two classes in the next division. This is our senior heifer calf division. The first class is a single entry heifer born November 4th of 2025.
Really good looking, nice balanced fall-born heifer. A young lady brings us super nice and highly presented there when she gets her set up from the side. Really bold and soft there about her body shape. Love this one's hip and hind leg design when she's set into motion. Very nice single entry. Congratulations.
And that was Tyler Mullaney with her February class, or February heifer winning that class. Now we'll bring in a class of Octobers. They range in age from October 2nd to October 20th. Then we'll select our senior heifer calf champion.
Good class of heifers, and I really love the black female that's going to win this particular class. Super cool, heads up type of a heifer that reads really fresh and youthful about the shape of her head, draws back there really long and level out through her hip. I still think in motion she just remains the most collected about her skeleton. Love those things about her. The red-necked heifer is going to come next, and I think she does it relatively easy compared to the cattle that come behind her. Really nice balance type of a heifer. It's got a fresh hair coat, good looking type of a female. Just doesn't have some of the extras as the heifer that wins the class. Gets a little rounder about her hip when she's setting on in the motion. Heifer that's going to come next, young lady does a great job getting this one shown and presented out here. Fresh haired as well, good looking type of a female. Gets a little coarser about her hock. Wish I could just relax her there about her pastern and maybe stouten her up when you get in behind the cattle. Baldy type of a female is going to come next. Doing a good job getting this one shown as well, hun. You got her good and broke for the show. Got some performance, got some body shape to her. Just need to stouten her out and just relax her just a little bit in terms of her structure. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
First place in our October-born heifer class was Jocelyn Bishel. Second place, Amelia Orbow. Third, Samantha Tompkins. Fourth place to Matilda Roycroft. Now we'll select our senior heifer calf champion. So we'll bring Ty Mulhaney back with her first place November calf, and from the just completed class, Jocelyn Bishel, and also second from that class, Amelia Orbow.
Really good division and three cattle to represent this division to a very high degree. I think it comes down to the two class winners for me. Heifer that won that first class, I think just hit me really hard in terms of her look at balance. She gets set up and propped up there really nice from the side, really fresh and smooth about her head, draws back there, really genuine about her body shape, long and level out through her hip. You know, she's probably just a little more traditional in terms of Shorthorn, in terms of just shape and muscularity, little flatter there about her twist. Could probably stouten her up just a little bit, but I still think for a breeding heifer show, she's got plenty enough. Very, very nice type of a female. Black heifer that won that second class, I talked about liking her just in terms of just shape and body. Good looking, heads up, sharp fronted type of a heifer that kind of collects herself really nice when she's set into motion. You know, I think there's times when she's standing still, she kind of wants to run downhill just a little bit. I think if we change her there, it probably gets a little closer. So for me, I like the red roan heifer to win this particular division. Black heifer will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our senior heifer calf champion was shown by Ty Mulhaney. Congratulations. And our reserve champion was shown by Jocelyn Bishel. Now we're moving into our intermediate heifers. We just have one class in this division. So this will be our automatic intermediate champion heifer coming into the ring.
Really nice single entry in this particular division, and I definitely think a heifer that could take some more heat if there was other cattle in this division, because she's very high quality, good looking. She does a great job just getting her shown and getting the most out of her there from the side. Really big bodied, stout type of a female when you get in behind the cattle. You know, from the side she probably gets a little coarser about her shoulder, maybe a little more vertical in the angle of it as well. Probably change her there, but a very nice high quality female. Congratulations to her.
First place in that class, an intermediate champion heifer shown by Riley Bruce. And now we'll move into our next division. That's our early spring champion, or early spring division, I should say. We have 5 heifers in the next class. They were all born in March and April of last year.
Really good class and an easy place to start with the young ladies. Red Roan female, you know, probably not just the best we've seen in terms of head, neck, and shoulder as we've seen all day, but man, I think just in terms of being genuine and having the right kind of body shape and skeletal build, that heifer's very nice. Big-bodied, stout, and powerful, like that heifer a lot. The Blue Roan female, I think just next best follows her in terms of just volume and body. Really good-looking type of female. Young man does a good job getting this one shown. Fore-rib, flank, and upper hip is very nice in this heifer. Blueberry here coming next. She just doesn't really want to be here, does she? She's just bawling. But I think when she settles in, that's a nice type of a heifer. Long and level out through her hip. Got a nice look of balance. Just need to stouten that one up to compete with the cattle in front of her. Black heifer that's coming next. Moderate, easy doing type of a female. Really appreciate those things about her. I think she's going to make a great cow. Just drop her into the show ring aspect. She probably gets a little coarser about her shoulder. Just doesn't blend quite as smooth as some other cattle. Red heifer that's going to come next. Probably the most extreme just in terms of her head and her neck, but probably does that to a little bit too much of a degree. That one's probably too lean. Need to fleshen her up just a little bit. Congratulations, really good class.
In that class, our first place winner was Sophia Horn, second to Clay Heim, third Matilda Roycraft, fourth Claire Kleckner, fifth Holden Kubacek. And now we will bring in our class of March heifers. These heifers were born between March 3rd and March 12th. This will be our final class in our early spring division. Then we'll pick our early spring champion. Then we just have one class as a class of junior champion females, and we'll select our champion Shorthorn Plus heifer. Looks like we have 2 cow-calf pairs, and then we will have completed the junior show. So this class, a division, and then a single class that'll be our junior division. We'll select our champion overall, and then a couple of cow-calf pairs, and then we will take a 15-minute break before we begin the, oh, I'm sorry, we have junior bull, our junior bull show yet.
Really like the top pair of cattle in this class, and I don't think it probably gets close, though. The black heifer needs to win, and she does that with her look of balance while still combining the right kind of just body shape and stoutness when you get in behind the cattle. Really nice type of a female to win. Congratulations to her. Blue roan type of a heifer. I think we saw her earlier in Showmanship today, and I really liked that heifer when she came in for that. Really nice type of a female. I think the structure is really good on this heifer. Really fresh about her head. Blends in there really good about her shoulder, and I think her hip and hind leg of the remaining cattle is easily the best. Big foot and bone there when she hits the surface. Really good type of heifer. Probably when you study her from the side, doesn't hook up quite as nice right in behind her shoulder. Could be a little smoother there in her top line balance compared to the heifer that wins the class, but a really nice female in her own right. Really pretty peach colored female is going to go third. Really nice. I think when you study her standing still, foreribs nice, lower flank and body shape's good in that heifer. I think when she's set into motion, she kind of wants to fall apart just a little bit, probably a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder. Fix her there. She could probably be a little more competitive with the top end. Red heifer that's going to come next, really stout and powerful type of female. I raise show steers back at home, so I like ones that have some bone and some power to them. Appreciate those things about her. Probably drop her into a shorthorn heifer ring, hit you a little coarse and probably just a touch more terminal looking, but man, stoutness and thickness, I like those things about that heifer. Big high performing black heifer that's going to come next. Done a good job getting this one shown and presented out here. Just need to change her structurally off of both ends of her skeleton. Just reads a little more vertical there. Great class there. Congratulations to those kids.
So in our March class, first place to Riley Bruce, second to Allison Butke, third Lorelei Schuler, fourth Kylie Brill, fifth place to Grace Wanick. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now we'll select our early spring champion heifer. We'll bring back in that class winner from Sophia Horn, class winner from the class that just completed, Riley Bruce. And our second place winner from our April and late March class, that was Clay Heim. And second place in the just completed March class, Allison Butke.
Really good division, and nothing to take away from the second places, but it definitely comes down to the two heifers that win the classes in this division. The red heifer that won the first class talked about really liking how genuine that heifer is. She's really bold, about to turn to her rib, stout and powerful when you get in behind the cattle. And like I said, I like cattle with a little more punch, so I love those things about her. Like I said in class as well, you know, she's probably a little plainer and more conventional in the shape of her head, a little crestier on the top side of her neck, a little coarser about her shoulder. But man, for what she's got packing from shoulder back, that's still all right. I really like that heifer. It's very high quality. Black heifer that just won that class talked about liking her really fresh and youthful, neat-headed, blends in really good about her shoulder and draws back there really good out of her hip. Probably not just the stoutest and the thickest heifer we've seen today. I probably change her there, give her a little more twist, a little more base width when you get in behind the cattle. But still, in terms of look, female quality, I like that heifer to be champion in this division. Red heifer will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our early spring champion female was shown by Riley Bruch, and our reserve champion went to Sophia Horn. Congratulations. Our next class is our junior champion, or our junior champion class as well. So just one class in our junior division. 3 entries in this class.
Good trio, and really like the wild colored heifer that's going to win this particular class, and she does it really easily. I think this is a very high quality type of female. I think we saw her earlier in Showmanship. She looked good in Showmanship this morning. Really nice, balanced, level design type of a heifer. Really nice. Congratulations to her. I think it gets a little closer between second and third. I think the black heifer just has a little more volume, a body shape, a little stouter when you get in behind him. I think both of them probably need to be changed a little bit structurally, but that's all right. Young man's a heifer that's coming there. He named her Star. She looks good out here. He's doing a good job getting her shown and broke. Just need to change that heifer structurally. Pretty moderate. Need to lay her back about her shoulder. Good class there. Congratulations.
First place in that class, and also our junior champion, was Zoe Herman. Second place in reserve junior champion was Bailey Schreiber. Third place to Brett Schreiber. Now we'll bring in our division winners for our Shorthorn Plus champion class. Our junior heifer calf champion was shown by Riley Bruce. Reserve division champion in our junior heifer class was Bailey Schreiber. Our senior heifer calf champion, Ty Mulhaney. We'll also bring in our reserve senior heifer calf, and that was shown by Jocelyn Bischel. Riley Bruce exhibited the intermediate champion heifer. There was no reserve in that division. In our early spring heifers, Riley Bruce had champion, Sophia Horn reserve, and in our junior champion division that we just completed, Zoe Herman was champion, reserve champion, Bailey Schreiber.
If you would, ringside guys, please put your hands together for the heifer exhibitors. Been working hard. It's been a long morning, so doing a good job. I think the cattle that come back out here to represent the divisions are very high quality. Again, I think you guys should be really proud of the cattle that you have assembled out here. So I think it gets probably a little closer for reserve, but the grand heifer, I think, definitely just separates herself out here in this lineup. So go show you the two I like. If you would, please put your hands together one more time for them.
Our champion Shorthorn Plus was first our early spring champion, shown by Riley Bruce. And moving into that hole just vacated by our champion from Riley will be Sophia Horn. And Sophia Horn and her heifer were selected the reserve Shorthorn Plus heifer. Looks like we'll do a champion bred and owned and then move on to those cow-calf pairs.
We'll kind of talk about them as they circle around, but I think a good pair of heifers here for the Bred and Owned show. I'm glad that the young lady's red roan heifer got to come out and get some more recognition, because she was actually my third favorite female in the show. So she'll be grand. Congratulations to her. Baldy heifer will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our champion Bred and Owned heifer went to Brady Mulhaney. And our reserve champion Matilda Roycraft.
Reserve champion, Bred and Owned? Matilda. Yes. Are they doing Bred and Owned again?
Now moving into our Shorthorn Plus cow-calf pairs, we just have one entry in the 2-year-olds, and then we'll have one 3-year-old cow, 4-year-old cow, I should say. So single entry in our 2-year-old pairs.
No. Okay.
Really great 2-year-old pair, and I love the cow, the young lady circling there. Great udder underneath of her. She's doing a great job raising her May calf, I think she said. So just had that little baby. She's doing a great job. Congratulations to her on a very high quality pair.
First place in our 2-year-old calf class, or 2-year-old cow calf class, went to Phoenix Subert, and now we'll bring in our single entry in the older cow calf pair class. This is a 2022 born cow.
Another really good pair. Cow's doing a heck of a job raising twins. I'd say 2 big calves at her side. Good-looking cow that's really good-bodied, moderate in her frame. Really like those things about her. Congratulations to those kids.
So that was a cow-calf pair shown by Landon Britsky. Congratulations, Landon. And now we'll select our champion Shorthorn Plus cow-calf pair. So we'll bring in the cow-calf, the 2-year-old pair shown by Phoenix.
Two really nice pairs out here to discuss. I think the pair that won that first class, very nice female. I think her udder development and probably teat spacement is just a little bit better than the pair that was that won the second class. Like those things about her. Younger and a greener type of a calf. Can't read just a whole lot of things about her, but I think that calf does have some quality to her. Just needs some more time and more growth to her. The blue roan pair with the pair of twins. I think we just talked about her. Moderate, awesome-bodied cow that's doing a great job raising twins. I think she's just a great type of a cow for the young man, honestly. I think it gets close. For me, I like the pair that won that second class. She'll be grand. Pair out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Our champion Shorthorn Plus cow-calf pair was shown by Landon Britsky. Our reserve champion shown by Phoenix Schubert. Relatively small junior bull show. We do have 3 divisions, but not many in each division. We'll bring in our first class, and that will be a November 7th born bull calf, single entry in this class.
Good calf to start out the bull show. A young lady brings us a really heavy muscled, good looking type of a calf. And I think he's probably pretty edgy when you study him in terms of his structure. Kind of got to watch him about his hind leg and just hawk there in motion. But I think standing still, that's a heavy muscled, good looking type of a calf. Congratulations.
First place in that class went to Maggie Kirschner. And now we'll bring in our second senior bull calf class. These were both born September of last year.
Going to leave these guys the way they came in. The Red Bull's going to win this particular class. I think just in terms of just length and growth, I like this bull to win. I think his hip and his hind leg's nice when he's set into motion. I think both of the cattle could be stoutened up when you get in behind them, but still think length and just structure is where I like him to win. The Roan bull that's going to go second, I think in terms of body shape and having some thickness out through his hip, he does have that. Appreciate that about him. Just needs to relax a little more in a show ring setting. Just relax him in terms of his pastern. So good class. Congratulations to those two girls.
First place in that class went to Gianna Bischel. Second place to Kelsey and Kenzie Everson. Now we'll select our senior bull calf champion. We'll bring in Maggie Kirschner's class winner from her November class, and the class had just completed. Gianna Bischel was the class winner. We also bring in the Everson, Kelsey and Kenzie Everson, second place winner from our September class.
Really nice division of bulls here, and I think, you know, when you let these bulls kind of develop and grow, maybe things can get sorted a different way. I guess for me personally, I feel more comfortable in using the 2 better structured bulls in this particular division. 2 out of Class 2 will be champion reserve. Congratulations.
Our bull calf champion was shown by Gianna Bishel. Reserve champion went to Keeley and Kenzie Everson. So now we'll bring in a late spring-born bull. He was born May 18th, 2025. This bull will be your automatic intermediate champion as well.
Really nice type of a bull to win this class as well. I think the young ladies brought definitely a great set of Shorthorn cattle to the show today. Commend her for that. She does a great job. Good looking type of bull, really heads up, fresh about his front end, draws back there, still really powerful and stout, I think, when you get in behind the cattle. Congratulations to her on a good single entry.
Our first place and intermediate champion bull shown by Ty Mulhaney. Now we'll bring in another single entry, a April-born bull calf, and this will also be its own division. So this is our junior division as well. Then we'll select our champion junior bull.
Definitely a stout, rugged type of a bull to win this class. I like those things about him. Big-footed, stout, and powerful when you get in behind the cattle. You know, I think in motion he probably wants to fall out of balance just a little bit, kind of wants to throw his head down and get a little more open about his shoulder, but still, stoutness, powerful, being rugged, he definitely does those things. Congratulations.
First place in that class and our junior champion bull was shown by Tyler Vondra. Now we'll select our grand champion bull of the junior show. We'll bring in our senior bull calf champion from Gianna Bishel, our intermediate champion bull, Ty Mulhaney, and our junior champion shown by Tyler Vondra.
Three really good divisions of bulls in the junior show. I think there's one that separates himself just in terms of look, a balance, being good structured and still having the right kind of just body shape and muscle to him. Young lady in the middle, she'll be champion bull. Congratulations. Think it gets a little closer for reserve, but I just like the bone, mass, and power. Young man's out of the third division. He'll be reserve. Congratulations.
Our champion Purebred bull of the junior show is shown by Ty Mulhaney, reserve champion to Tyler Vondra. Congratulations. So in our bred and owned division, Tyler Vondra's reserve champion bull would be our champion bred and owned, and our reserve champion would go to the senior bull calf as a division winner, Gianna Bischel. We have one bull in our Shorthorn Plus Junior show, then we'll take a 15-minute break before we start open show.
Only Shorthorn Plus bull in the show today, and that's a very high quality one that she should be proud of. Got a good skeleton about him. I think his hip and his hind legs really nice. Still, I think when you step in behind him, he's got some mass and some power. Congratulations to her on a champion Shorthorn Plus bull.
Congratulations, Kenzie. Kenzie Everson showed our senior bull calf champion and grand champion Shorthorn Plus bull. So that concludes our junior show. We're going to take a 15-minute break, which would put us back here in the show ring at 1 o'clock. Let's call it a 1 o'clock start. Thank you again to our judge today.
Hello everyone, my name is Courtney Rathke and I'm the WJSA president. And yesterday we awarded Jeff Swenson the WJSA front. So we have a sign to give him today that was donated by JCR Shorthorns.
No, I should be all right.
Okay, we are ready to start our open show. First of all, we're going to start with our Shorthorn Plus Bulls. We just have 2 in the open show today. Our judge is Nick Anderson. He's a graduate of Iowa State University with a degree in animal science and agricultural business. Currently resides in Denison, Iowa, where he owns and operates Anderson Show Cattle, which is a multi-breed cow-calf operation focusing on raising heifers and steers for seed stock and show. He works at Crawford County Bank as an agricultural loan officer. Nick has had the privilege of sorting shows across the Midwest and Mississippi and always feels blessed for the opportunity to evaluate livestock and work with the youth. So kicking off our bull show is a single entry in our October class. This is our senior bull calf class. This calf was born October 8th of last year.
Good afternoon, everybody. A nice way to kick off the bull show here. One that's so good just in terms of his overall structure and his mobility, so flexible out of his hip and hind leg. Good about the body that this one has. Is he the most opened up and most powerful one? Probably not. Maybe just chisel him out there just a little bit in terms of his throat latch, but one that just has the basics and the fundamentals that you certainly have to appreciate. Nice way to kick off the bull show.
So that class winner was also our senior bull calf champion, shown by Kenzie Everson. Now we'll bring in a February 16th, 2025 born bull calf. And that will be our automatic junior champion. Then we'll select our champion Shorthorn Plus Bull of the Open Show.
Just another single entry and one that's just, this one's more of a powerhouse. You love the muscle expression this one has. You love the boldness to his rib cage and how that all ties together. Is he the coolest about his head and neck? No, we'd like to tidy that up just ever so slightly and stouten him up ever so slightly there at the ground in terms of his ankle to match how much dimension he has up high, but just a good practical kind of bull. Again, a nice single entry.
So our junior bull champion was shown by Landon Britsky. We'll bring in Kenzie's bull calf, and we'll select our champion Shorthorn Plus Bull of the Open Show.
Just 2 single entries for the Shorthorn Plus Bulls here, and 2 that are a little bit different in terms of their type and kind, and some of that's just due to where they are and their maturity and their age gap there. But the young ladies, kind of bluish roan bull here that leads off there, one that's so good just in terms of his genuine build. Love the way that he's designed in his shoulder, how good he is out of his hip and hind leg, and how flexible he is when you ask him to move. Has the balance, has the body there, but maybe one that just gives up that extra punch and power when you get on top of him, and just isn't tie as high and isn't as cool about his throat and his chest there. The ladies' red roan bull here, one that's just more of a powerhouse, more of a man out here in this setting. Still really flexible. Love the way that one's tied together through his hip and hind leg too. Is he as stout at the ground in terms of his ankle to match up to how bold he is up high? No, but one that still is elevated out of his shoulder, and one that today for me just has more power, more substance to him. And again, maybe that just boils down to age and time. But 2 very nice entries out here. Give them a hand. We'll get you a grain in reserve.
Our champion Shorthorn Plus Bull was shown by Landon Britsky. Congratulations. Reserve champion. Congratulations also in order, shown by Kenzie Everson. And I was asked to announce that we will be doing our Shorthorn Plus Heifers before the Shorthorn Purebreds, just the opposite of what we did in the junior show today. So now we'll move into our Purebred Shorthorn Bull show. We'll start with a single entry in our Winter Bull calf class.
Just a single entry again to kick off the purebred side of this, and one that is tricked out, man. So elevated about his head and neck. You get on top of him, that one's hip is explosive, and he still blends everything together really good through his cage, into his forerib, and ties into his shoulder with those big pieces. Maybe one that just gets a notch more restricted when you ask him to go in terms of the way that he's constructed at the ground, but one that you certainly like those big out there pieces, and still how he blends that together, even though he got the short end of the straw there and got his tail stepped on, but it still doesn't mess up his body cavity, balance, and all that. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations, Maggie Kirschner, our first place winner bull calf class. And now we'll have our September born calves, 2 entries in our September born bull class.
a nice pair here that are a little different in terms of their type and kind. And I'm gonna use the red one here that when you just study them in terms of their structure, that's the one that excels. The way that he's designed in his shoulder, how he's designed out of his hip, the set to his rear leg, and still balances up the best of the two. Is he the one that's the most explosive in terms of his muscle? Probably not. Is he the highest high one? Probably not. But when you just study them from the ground up and in terms of their general structure, I think that's where that one excels and still maintains that in a nice balanced look. The one that's got the bigger pieces, the stouter hip, the longer neck, is the young lady's roan one here. But for me, we just need to redesign him the way that his shoulder's constructed, lay him forward ever so slightly, allow him to reach better out of that, and just square his hip up a little bit and make him more comfortable off of his back too. But one that when you study him in terms of true muscle and dimension down through their stifle, that's where that one excels. High quality pair, give and take, depending on what you wanted to do, but I'm going to opt to use the better looking, the better balance, the better skeleton one of this pair. Go ahead and give those two a nice round of applause.
First place in our September born bull calf class went to Gianna Bishel. Second place, Keely and Kinsey Everson. Now we'll select our senior bull calf champion. So we'll bring back in that all white entry from Maggie Kirshner and Gianna Bishel, who just won the last class. We'll leave Keely and Kinsey out here too, vying for reserve.
As we get back out here for the division for these bulls, I think just the subtle differences in terms of build and the movement and the looseness of skeletons is what's going to separate us here. As we talked in class, the young lady's white one there, I mean, that one's got the big tricked out pieces there. If you're looking to make show steers and things of that nature, that's the one you're probably going to gravitate to. But as I get out here, is he just good enough in the way that he's built? Is he good enough at the ground and how he uses that rear leg? But I love that one's head and neck. Love that one's just mass and dimension when you study him out through his hip. The young lady's red one up here, as we just talked, he isn't the stoutest one. He isn't the flashiest one. But when you study him just in terms of their genuine lines and how they're built from the ground up, I think that's where that one excels out here in this particular setting. So good in the way that he's set at the ground. So awesome in the angle to his knee, the angle to his hock and ankle back there. Really flexible out of his hip. Is he the most opened up? Is he the stoutest one of the group? No, but I think just his overall genuine build and skeleton is what allows him to excel in this particular setting, and in my mind it gets a little closer for reserve there. If you would, give these girls one more round of applause and I'll get you a grain of reserve within this division.
Champion senior bull calf shown by Gianna Bishel. Reserve Senior Bull Calf Champion goes to Keeley and Kenzie Everson. Now we'll bring in our late spring yearling bulls. This will also be a division, so this will be automatic, intermediate, and reserve intermediate champion bull.
Thank you for checking. Yep.
Two different types and kinds of bulls out here, and again, for me, I'm going to opt to use the one that's the most flexible at the ground, is the best in his overall skeleton, and that's the young lady's red bull right here. One that when you just break him down and start with the fundamentals in terms of his structure and feet and legs and balance, this is where this one excels. Is he the most robust? Is he the most opened up about his skeleton? No. Is he the boldest about his rib cage? No. But one that's so balanced, so good when you study him from the ground up and how flexible he is in his overall skeleton, and still gives you an awesome look as he's standing there. I like that one a good deal to start off here. Take nothing away from the red and white bull here, one that is so explosive in terms of his rib cage, opened up in terms of his skeleton, has that extra punch, has that extra muscle, but for me, we just need to tweak him in terms of his shoulder construction, set him back there and make him a little tidier about the point, and set him back in his knee, and I think that'll translate to him using his hip and hind leg better, because when you study him right there, his hip and hind leg construction's good, his angles are good, but we just need to fix him up front and open him up at the base of his forerib there and allow everything to transition just a little bit better, but certainly appreciate that one for his boldness and his explosiveness. High quality pair there.
First place in that class, an intermediate champion bull, Ty Mulhaney. Second in reserve intermediate bull by Stephen Denzer. Now we'll move into our junior division. Just one class in our junior division. We have in this class a bull born March 29th and one born April 8th.
Good pair of bulls here, both that excel, I think, in the same areas, but one's just, again, better when you study them at the ground and then their overall build. The roan bull here, it's going to lead us off. Man, that thing's just a show bull. That's a proud creature. He gets out here and cocks off. He just gives you a cool look. But with that, he's got the extras. He's got the head and neck that we're looking for, just how high he ties and how neat that all blends together. He's so bold about his body and blends everything really good from his chest forward back to his center body and back through his flank. He's got that extra pop and dimension in his cage. When he wants to get going faster, does he use his hock just perfectly in cover? No, but all of his angles and everything read really good when you study him at the ground. The red bull that comes out here next, again, love that one's mass, love that dimension, how opened up he is in terms of his forerib there and how he balances everything. One, again, that's just a good kind of practical bull. I think what separates us here is he just doesn't want to use his hock and his ankle off his back to just quite as good as the bull that leads this class off, but one that you have to appreciate for his genuine lines, his build up front, and his just body and how he blends everything together. High quality pair of bulls. Give those two a nice round of applause.
First place in that class in our junior champion bull, shown by Brody Abney. Second place in reserve champion junior bull, Tyler Vondra. Now we'll select our champion purebred bull. We'll bring in our senior bull calf champion, shown by Gianna Bischel. Our champion intermediate bull, Ty Mulhaney. And our junior champion bull, Brody Abney. We'll also bring in our reserve division champions. Our reserve senior bull calf was Keely and Kenzie Everson. Reserve intermediate bull was Steve Denzer. And our junior reserve champion was Tyler Vondra.
If you would, go ahead and get our Shorthorn bull exhibitors a nice round of applause. As we get out here for the champion bull drive, As you can tell throughout these classes, for me it starts at the ground up in terms of how they use their feet and legs, how they're built in terms of their skeleton. Because at the end of the day, when we kick these things out, they got to go cover cows on different terrain and all that. So for me, it all starts at the ground and starts in their genuine build. Then we start adding the extras in from there. The young lady's Red Bull that wins that first division won that division just based off of his body, his balance, his skeleton, just how he's able to get out and move and how he's built. Love that one in terms of the design of his shoulder, how he sets back into his knee, the set that he has to his rear leg, and how flexible he is out of his hip. Is he the most explosive one in terms of his overall muscle? No. Is he the flashiest one in terms of the way that he ties out of his shoulder? No. And we need to loosen him up ever so slightly there in his forespine, but one that just checked in that division, checked more of the boxes in terms of overall build and skeletal and functionality in my mind. The young lady's Red Bull that comes out of that second division. We start getting into a few more of the extras. We love the way that he ties out of the top side of his shoulder, how cool he is about his head and neck when he's standing there. Still love his body, still love his angles, love his balance. We get a little more muscle in him, but he excelled in that division just because of his build. He wasn't the most explosive, he wasn't the most opened up in his body, but we got a few more of the extras there and still have that good, genuine build and flexibility when we get out and go. The young lady's Red Rome Bull here that wins that last division, man, that's a show bull. Love that one, how proud he is, how arrogant he is about his head and neck. So robust when you study him in terms of his body and three-dimensional. He gets more explosive out of his hip, has that extra punch, has that extra foot and bone to match that. Is he the best when he gets going a little fast out of his hock? No, but it's still adequate for me. Like to just tweak him just ever so slightly in his knee up there and just square him up just a touch, but that's getting awfully picky. Take nothing away from the seconds that are back there, but for me it comes down to two of them that are out here out of the champions. If you would, give them one more round of applause and we'll get you a grain in reserve.
Our grand champion open show bull was exhibited by Brody Abney. And reserve champion was first our senior bull calf champion, shown by Gianna Bishel. Now we'll start our Shorthorn Plus show in our open show today. We'll start off with a January 3rd born heifer calf.
A nice way to start off the Plus show here. One that is so cool in terms of her genuine outline and her silhouette. Love the way that one's constructed in terms of her shoulder there. How flexible she is at the ground. How she transitions into a nice bold cage at this stage of the game. Is she the most explosive in terms of her muscle and bone work? No, but some of that's just going to come with age and maturity and feed. But love just the genuine outline and the silhouette that one has to offer. A nice way to kick off the Shorthorn Plus show.
First place in that class and our junior heifer calf champion went to Riley Bruce. Now we'll bring in another single entry class. This is a November 4th born heifer, and this is our senior heifer calf division. And I should say we have one more class in this division, and then we'll select our senior heifer calf.
Another high quality single entry. Love this one's body shape and how she transitions out of her chest floor back through her center rib and up into her flank. Awesome balance, awesome looking. Progresses so good when you study her from a front 1/4 angle and look back through. She is opened up, has that extra pop, has that extra dimension. Is she the flashiest one about her head and neck? No, but for right now, I think everything fits together really nicely. High quality single entry.
First place in that class went to Ty Mulhaney. Now we'll bring in a set of October-born heifers, and then we'll select our senior heifer calf champion. So in this class, oldest heifer was born October 2nd, youngest October 20th. Waiting for all the heifers in the next class to arrive in the makeup area, so I will announce our Shorthorn Stockman supporters. These are supporters that gave between $100 and $249. They include Gracie Lake Shorthorns, Sandview Farm, White Oak Beef, Stelzer Show Cattle, Country K Shorthorns, Oakwood Farms, and Signature Farms. And we did have one blue ribbon sponsor, and that was DNA Farms. And once again, those gold buckle sponsors, $250 or more, Bishop Family Cattle, Central Wisconsin Pasture Sale, LRW LG Consulting, and Olson Family Shorthorns. Here we go, just to refresh our memory, these are all October-born heifers. So this will be the second and final class in our senior heifer calf division.
Oh, what a nice way to start this class off, and one I think surfaces to the top really handily within this particular class. You want to talk about one just painting such a cool silhouette when you get off the side of her. Love that one's body shape, how she progresses, how bold she is up high, still has that sweep and balance to her underline. So good on her feet and legs, extremely flexible within her skeleton. Love the way that she ties up high, how youthful she is about her head and neck. Is that one the powerhouse of the group? No, but that's the one that does so many good things. and it's just really, really hard to nitpick on. A logical place for me to start within this class. The young lady's red and white heifer here is going to come second. I think is the one that most closely follows in terms of having those unique pieces. Love the way she's constructed up front about her head and neck, set back in her knee, transitions into a nice bold body shape. For me, we start getting issues with how her hip is constructed. She gets the notch shorter and rounder about her hip and just doesn't want to use it as quite as attractively as heifers on either side of her, but has that extra pop, has that extra mass, and still can get her around functional on her feet and legs. The young lady's blue roan heifer that comes next has that width and dimension that we're looking for and how everything progresses as she transitions out of her shoulder. Is she as attractive as the ones that go ahead of her? No. Is she as stout at the ground as the ones that go ahead of her? No. But when we get into this bottom pair, she's the one that's the boldest, the most opened up, and still has some of those extras in terms of the ones that go ahead of her. Take nothing away from the young lady's black and white heifer here. Just you have to appreciate her just for the genuine livestock that she is in terms of her build, how she gets around on her feet and legs, and her just adequate lines. And she has a bold body, just doesn't have those big out there pieces comparative to the ones that go ahead of her, but an excellent project for that young lady.
Placings in that class: first place to Jocelyn Bishel, second Amelia Orbow, third, Samantha Tompkins. Fourth place, Matilda Roycraft. Now we'll select our senior heifer calf champion in the Shorthorn Plus show. We'll bring in Ty Mulhaney. Again, she had the class winning November-born heifer, and the class that just completed. Jocelyn Bishel was the class winner, and also in vying for reserve is our second place heifer in that class, exhibited by Amelia Orbow.
Extremely high quality division when we get back out here. The young lady's red and white heifer that wins that first class. Just love the way that one balances and transitions as you study her out of her shoulder, into her forerib and heart, back into her body shape, and out through her hip and stifle. That one just progresses, and love the boldness and expression that she has there. As we compare her to the heifer behind her, is she as cool about the way she attaches up front? Is she as big in terms of her foot and bone and ankle at the ground? No, but I think that one excels just in terms of the way that she's tucked in her shoulder, so opened up in terms of her heart and her forerib, and just how everything progresses back from there. The young lady's black heifer here, man, that thing paints such a cool picture when you get off the side of her. Absolutely love that one's look. Love how that one gets out and travels. As we study her, we want to nitpick on her ever so slightly. You just need to tuck her in just in terms of her shoulder there. She gets a little bit more open in terms of the point of her shoulder, and we need to open her up in terms of her forerib ever so slightly. Some of that just comes with feed and time, but love that one's picture. Love how she's designed out of the top side of her neck, how loose and flexible she is out of her spine and her hip and her hind leg. Extremely high quality set. Take nothing away from the young lady's red and white one, but for me it comes down to these two. If you would give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Champion senior heifer calf was exhibited by Jocelyn Bishel, and our reserve champion, Ty Mulhaney.
Just another single incher, but one that's just a darn nice brood cow. I mean, you just get to studying this one in terms of her build, in terms of her design, in terms of her balance. She checks all those boxes. You love her body shape, has enough look, has enough design, has enough muscle, good on her feet and legs. Do you want to tweak her in terms of her chest floor ever so slightly? Yes. Does she wow you just in any one way? No. But when you start breaking her down and start checking the boxes, that's just a nice, balanced, complete one. Nice single incher here, young lady.
Not only was Riley Bruce first place in that class, that is your automatic intermediate champion. So next will be the beginning of our early spring division. We'll start off with our March-born heifers and 1 April. So we have heifers ranging in age from March 14th to April 18th. There will be 2 classes in this division. For those that may be interested, it looks like the Brewers are leading the Phillies at the bottom of the third, 1-0. The Brewers' run came on a Jackson Churio solo home run.
logical place to start, I think, for me in this class with this young lady's red roan heifer. So bold, so opened up, so attractive. One that checks all those boxes when you study them from the ground up. Love the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her center body, out and through her hip and stifle. Extremely high quality presented, extremely high quality shown. If you want to get nitpicky on her, maybe we could chisel her jaw out just ever so slightly. And when she comes at you, she wants to get just a notch pigeon-toed, but one that for me just overwhelms this class in terms of body balance, muscle dimension, and just overall look and genuine build. The young man's blue roan heifer here, I think, most closely follows her in terms of that extra body, that extra dimension, that extra mass, and still having a little bit of look, being just good enough in terms of her overall skeleton out of her hip and her hind leg. The biggest issue for me on this one is we just need to change her in her front shoulder construction. She just gets a notch straighter there and just labors ever so slightly out of her front end, but love that one's body and how she progresses back and the way that she matches our class leader in terms of her genuine lines and dimension. For me, it gets a little more challenging here with these bottom three and a little bit of give and take, but I'm going to opt to use the young lady's black heifer here. I think she most closely follows those two that go ahead just in terms of genuine build and her lines, the way that one's constructed in her shoulder, the way she attaches out of her neck, transitions into a bull body, has enough width, has enough dimension, maybe just gives up a little bit of those wowie pieces that separate from that pair. The young lady's blue roan heifer here, love the mass, love the dimension, love the body that she has, just gets a touch straighter there in terms of her shoulder and just need to chisel her out ever so slightly, but love the body and mass that one offers. If you like the tricked out, long neck, big legged ones, that's the young man's red heifer here, but for me, we just need more feed and we need more of her. She just lacks the body shape that the other ones does and just lacks the muscle that the rest of the class has, but love the genuine outline and the feet and legs that one brings to the table. Excellent class.
First place in that class went to Sophia Horn, second place Clay Heim, third Claire Kleckner, fourth Matilda Roycraft, and fifth Holden Kubacek. Now we'll bring in a set of all March heifers born between March 3rd and March 12th. And after this class, we'll select our early spring champion Shorthorn Plus.
Challenging class and quality the whole way through. For me, I'm going to opt to use the young lady's black heifer here. I think she's the one that just puts all the pieces together in the nicest, neatest package. You go off the side of that one, you love her genuine build, the way she's designed in her shoulder, down into her knee, into the ankle, how she transitions and blends from the backside of her shoulder and through her forerib into a bold, sweepy body cage. Is she the most opened up in terms of her muscle? No. Is she the stoutest one? No. But I think that one just blends all the pieces together in the nicest, neatest, most flexible, genuine package. When they first walked in, the one I really wanted to gravitate to was this young lady's roan-colored heifer. I love just what that one stands for in terms of how opened up she is in terms of her skeleton, how her muscle lays on her, and how it all fits together. She's still bold about her body shape. She still gets around the ring good. But for me, we just need to change her in terms of the way that her shoulder's constructed. She just gets a notch straighter and labors just ever so slightly out of her shoulder when you make her just a notch sharper about her jawline, and just gets a shot weak in her loin. But love just the kind of cattle that one stands for and the generating potential that she has. Another one that I think has a lot of generating potential with the pieces is this one right here, the white-bellied one. Love how bold she is, how open up she is, how stout she is out of her hip. For me, she just gets a notch flatter about her forerib. We need to open her up and allow her to blend and transition ever so slightly and just balance her up in terms of her underline to match how bold she is up high. We just need to tie everything together a little nicer and neater. For me, the challenging pair is these next two. Love this red and white one just in terms of her out there pieces. So stout, so bold, so dimensional. With that, she still gets around the ring with enough comfort and ease, but with that extra power and substance, she just gets a notch coarser about the way she's constructed in her shoulder for this particular setting. If we brought that one back down to Iowa and ran her as a market heifer, I think we could get along real good. But I like that one in terms of production and the big out there pieces, depending on what you're trying to do, has a real potential on that side. The young lady's black heifer here, love the extension and the length that this one has to offer. For me, we just need to change her off both ends of her skeleton. She gets a notch straighter out of her shoulder, gets a notch straighter out of her back leg there, and just labors around the ring a little bit more. If we can make that one just a little more athletic off of both ends of her skeleton, we got them big out there pieces to work with. But for me, that's where that one gets restricted, is just in her overall build and her functionality. High quality set the whole way through.
So in that class, first place to Riley Breik, second Lorelei Schuler, third place Allison Butke, fourth Kylie Brill, fifth Grace Wanick. And now we will select our early spring champion. So we'll bring Sophia Horn back in with her class winner from that first class in this division. Second place in that division was Clay Heim. He'll be in vying for reserve. And the class that just completed, Riley will be bringing her class winner back. And the second place in that was Lorelei Schuler.
High quality division and some differences in types and kinds. The young lady's red roan heifer that wins that first class. Just love that one for her practicality, how opened up, how dimensional she is when you study her from every angle. Awesome in terms of her feet and legs, the angles to her joints and how she hits the ground. Love the balance and just dimension, and still adequate in terms of the way she ties out the top side of her shoulder. Love that one's head shape. Is she the longest necked one? Is she the most chiseled about her throat and her chest there? No. We could tidy her up ever so slightly in those areas, but I think that's getting hypercritical on one that offers just a lot of true cow power. The show heifer, the big outline, the swoopy bellied one comes here next. One that's so good, so flexible in terms of her skeleton. Love the way she's designed up front. for having that extra swoop to her. She still bounces up really nicely, and you study her out of her forerib. When you get her back out here, is there just enough of her? Is she wide enough in terms of her overall skeleton? Does she have enough true muscle to run with that red and white heifer? That's the deciding factor for me when you break these two down. Go ahead and give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve.
Early spring champion heifer went to Sophia Horn, and reserve early spring heifer was Riley Breik. Now we'll move into a new division. This is our junior division, just one heifer in this division, and then we'll move on to picking our champion Shorthorn Plus heifer of the open show.
Just a single entry, but a high quality one at that. I mean, this thing's going to catch your eye if you're 40 acres across the field and she's roaming on the other side. You can't miss this color pattern, just the genuine outline that this one has to offer. So sharp about her head and neck. Love the way she ties together into her shoulder, out of the backside of her shoulder, into her forerib and her cage. Has enough dimension, has enough expression. We just need to see her maybe get around a little bit more comfortable off of those back two. But love the balance and just genuine lines that this one brings to the table. Nice single entry here for this young lady.
That was Zoe Herman, first place in that class and junior champion. Now we'll select the champion Shorthorn Plus heifer in our open show. We should have our junior heifer calf coming in. That was Riley Breik. Our senior heifer calf champion shown by Jocelyn Bischel. Our intermediate heifer shown by Riley Breik. Our early spring champion, Sophia Horn. And our junior champion, Zoe Herman. We'll also bring in those reserve division champions. Our senior heifer calf reserve was Ty Mulhaney. Our early spring reserve champion, Riley Breik.
If you would, go ahead and give our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors a nice round of applause. We have a little bit of differences in types and kinds out here depending on divisions, but good cattle come in different types and kinds, and it's not just a cookie cutter. We all gravitate to something just a little different, and that's what makes this such a beautiful game that we play. The black heifer that wins that first division, that fall division, man, you just love that thing's silhouette. Paints such a cool picture from the side, so loose and flexible about her skeleton, has that extra body, has that extra swoop. When we start breaking her down, is that one opened up enough in terms of her forerib? Does she blend everything together good enough out of the backside of her shoulder? She's soft enough in her heart, and her underlying balance is really good. But when we study her up high, is that one opened up enough there? Is she tucked in enough about her point of her shoulder, her lower shoulder, but love how attractive that one is about her head and neck, how she ties together, how flexible she is, and just how much body and dimension she has, and still gets around with that much ease. The young lady's red roan heifer that comes next, just good, fundamental, practical livestock, just genuine in terms of her lines, doesn't overwhelm you in any one way, just good, practical stock. When we bring her back out here, though, with that, when you compare her to cattle on either side, she gets a touch flatter about her muscle work, just a touch flatter about her overall dimension, but one that has the basic build, the basic pieces on the foot and loin and the skeleton to go on and be a generator for that young lady down the road, and you just have to appreciate just that about her. The young lady's red roan heifer that comes out of that third division, one that's so opened up, has that extra pop, has that extra dimension, has that extra muscle, carries it out of the back side of her shoulder, down into her twist and her lower stifle, and gets around the ring on an awesome set of feet and legs. When you compare her to others out here within this particular lineup, is that one just chiseled enough about her throat and her chest floor? Is she long enough about the way she attaches out of the top side of her shoulder? Love her head shape, but one that has that extra dimension, has that extra pop. Is that just good enough comparatively to other ones that are out here? And then the young lady's black and white one that comes out, so attractive, so elegant about her head and neck. Love the extension that one has to offer. Love the body, love the mass that she has to offer. Just need to fix her in terms of her shoulder, how it's constructed, give her just a little more angle so she has a little more ease to get out and go, and just make her a notch more comfortable out of her hock, but one that has those big out there pieces that should be a generator for that young lady. Take nothing away from the respective seconds that are over here. For me, I think it comes down to two of them out here, and it gets into personal preferences and nitpicky. I think you could argue it either way depending on what setting you're in and what you're trying to do in your operation. But if you would, give these kids a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Our champion Shorthorn Plus heifer was exhibited by Sophia Horn. And a reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifer was our senior calf champion. shown by Jocelyn Bishel. Now we're moving into our Shorthorn Plus cow-calf pair. This is a 2-year-old cow-calf pair.
Just a single entry for the 2-year-olds out here, and one that for being that age and in that stage of production, you got to like a lot of things about. For that cow to have an udder like that, to be so balanced and proportional, and still be in the shape that she is and have the pieces that she has, I think that is truly admirable for that cow at this stage of her production life. And the calf, I mean, off to a good start, has the big out there pieces. Love that one's hind leg, just projecting out there for that cow, though, to be built like that and have a look like that, an udder like that, still be in the condition that she is. That's an awesome start there for a young cow that's just getting started with her production life. Excellent pair to get started off there.
First place 2-year-old cow-calf pair shown by Phoenix Siebert. And now we'll move into our age division. We have a 4-year-old coming in next.
A young man has a pair here that cow's doing some extra work and doing a phenomenal job with the growth that those calves have on them and still being the condition she is and the udder quality that she is. When you break her down, one that has the big bold pieces, one that's awesome on her feet and legs. Is she perfect in terms of her shoulder and how she attaches up high? No, but one that I still think checks a lot of boxes, and to be nursing 2 calves like that have the genuine build and the body shape, I think you certainly have to appreciate that. We could make her udder just a little bit tighter and a little more proportional, but she's starting to get just a little bit of age to her to still be in that rig and that fundamentally good, though. I think that's truly admirable, especially nursing 2 calves. If you would give this young man a nice round of applause.
So first place in that class went to Landon Britsky, and now we'll select our champion Shorthorn Plus cow-calf pair.
two high quality pairs in different stages of kind of their production cycle, and I think you have to admire both of them just for the quality that they bring to the table at their respective production cycle stages. The young lady's red roan heifer here, I mean, you study her from the ground up, that extra foot, that extra stoutness of ankle, extra bone work, and it transitions up high with that extra width, the extra muscle that one still has. Love that one's construction. Love how high attaching she is and attractive about her head and neck. And then her udder quality, to be 2 years old, have that balance of an udder, that full of an udder, and that good of T placement for this stage of the cycle, I think is truly exceptional for one like that. Take nothing away from the young man's blue roan heifer here. Love the body, love the dimension, love the overall skeletal width this one has to offer, especially be nursing two calves like that at this stage. I believe they said she was 7 years old. So with that, I mean, still bodied, still balanced. Is she as attractive as the one ahead of her? Does she have as big out there pieces as the one ahead of her? No, but I think you still have to just genuinely appreciate that one to be in that kind of rig, that kind of udder while nursing two calves on her. If you would give these two a nice round of applause, two excellent cow-calf pairs for this division.
Champion Shorthorn Plus cow-calf pair goes to Phoenix Subert, and our reserve champion to Landon Britsky. Congratulations. Now we'll move into our purebred show in our open class state show. We'll start off with a March 25th heifer, just one entry in this class.
Excellent way to get started here for the purebred side of the show. Just a young calf, but one that you have to admire so much about in terms of her overall build, her attractiveness, the dimension and body and the muscle shape that she has at this stage of the game, and just the fluidity that she gets out and moves with. For this stage of the game, this one checks a lot of boxes, and be exciting to see how she progresses down the road. Just a nice place to kick off this purebred show.
Class winner and spring heifer calf champion went to White Oak Beef. Now we'll move into our senior heifer calf division. We'll start off with a single entry class. This heifer was born November 22nd.
Just another single entry, but still a very high quality one. So attractive about her head and neck. That thing is flat chiseled and still opens up into a nice bold forerib out the backside of her shoulder. Bold about her body shape, still progresses in her muscle. One that gets around the ring adequately enough. I think at this stage of the game, is she perfect out of her hock? No, but I think it's certainly adequate for this stage. Love that one's attractiveness. Love that one's boldness in her body shape. I think one that'd be a nice project for this young man as she continues to develop and grow. She has the basic fundamentals there to be extremely high quality later on. Again, a nice single entry.
Class winner there was Tyler Vondra. Now we'll move into a pair of October-born heifers. This is the second of three classes in this division.
A really nice place to start here. The young lady out front with the red-headed one. Oh, just love that one's just genuine dimension and in her genuine lines. So good in terms of her overall build. Love the way her shoulders constructed and how she transitions. Love the body shape that this one offers, still while having some extra punch to her. Gets around the ring adequately. Is she perfect when you ask her to go out of her hip and hind leg? No, she wants to push the edge of her skeleton ever so slightly. But right now, that's certainly adequate. Just love the genuine shape and genuine lines this one has to offer, and is so good about that one's head and neck and front end construction. The young lady's heifer, it's going to come second. Love the extension that this one has to offer. Has that extra length, has that extra pop. But for me, we just need to change her out of both ends of her skeleton and make her a little more flexible and comfortable as we ask her to get out and go. But still balance is good, still transition is good. We just need to make her just a touch more flexible to run with that one that leads off the class.
First place in that class was shown by Gianna Bishel, second to Tyler Vondra. Now coming into the class will be 3 September-born heifers, and this will be the last class in the senior heifer division.
Challenging class for this trio in my mind with some give and take. If we could piece these three together and make one, I think we could make one that was truly exceptional with the pieces that they all bring to the table. For me, though, I think we're going to opt to use the red roan heifer here to lead off. She's the one that has she's the most expansive. She's the boldest. She's the stoutest featured one. She's the widest in terms of her overall skeleton, and she just balances up the best of the group. Is she perfect in terms of her skeleton? No. She wants to get the notch rounder out of her hip and a notch rounder about her lower shoulder, but she still gets around the ring adequately, even though she is in that disadvantage. The young man's white heifer here, I think is the one that just most closely follows the red roan in terms of the pieces that she brings to the table. Love that one's design up front about her shoulder and her front end construction, set back into her knee from the slope of her shoulder there, attaches high, bold bodied. Is she perfect in terms of the way her chest floor sits? No, she pushes a notch forward. Is she perfect in the way that she functions off of her back 1/3? No. We need to just loosen her up ever so slightly, but I think one that still brings a lot of good to the table and a lot of those pieces that we're looking for. When they first hit me, the young man's red heifer, here's the one that you want to gravitate to just in terms of the genuine build, how she gets around the ring so loose and comfortably, how comfortable she is on the move, how awesome she is in terms of her genuine lines and her body shape. With that, though, she's the flattest about her muscle pattern. She's the most common about her head and neck. We just need to open her up and just stouten her up in terms of her bone work and her muscle work in order to run with those two ahead of her. But love her just in terms of her genuine build and her flexibility. A nice trio of heifers with some give and take from top to bottom.
First place in that class went to Amanda Prowls. Second, John Reby. Third place, Miller Farms. Now we'll select our senior heifer calf champion. So we'll bring in our class winner from our first class in this division, Tyler Vondra. Gianna Bischel had the class winner in the second class, and the class that just completed, Amanda Prowls was the class winner there. We'll also bring in our seconds where applicable. Tyler Vondra had second in our October-born heifer calf class, and our second place September heifer was John Reby.
A nice trio of heifers here for our class winners in this particular division. The young man that wins that first class of this division, love the extension, love the look that this one has to offer for this stage of the game. Opened up in terms of her forerib, love the body that she has on her at this stage of the game. When we bring her back out here comparative to the other ones, is there just enough of her? Is she opened up enough? Is she stout enough featured? I think that's a question we have to ask here. The young lady in the middle here, love this one for her overall dimension and the look that she gives you. So cool about her head and neck, blends everything together so good. When you look at her from this front 3/4 and look back through, so bold about her body shape and transitions into a nice bold hip down into her lower quarter. Just love that one and appreciate that one for those pieces that she has. We bring her back out here. We can loosen her up ever so slightly in terms of the way that she uses her hock and her hip. She wants to push the edge of her skeleton just ever so slightly. I think it's certainly adequate today. The young ladies heifer that wins that last class, of that trio in that class, she was the one that just had the most to her. She was the boldest about her body. She was the stoutest featured, the most opened up about her skeleton, and was the best looking one of that group. when we bring her back out here, I think we have to ask, is she good enough in the way that she uses her hip and hind leg? She wants to get just a notch rounder about her skeleton, but you love the boldness, you love the extension and the stoutness of feature that one brings to the table. I think for me, when you study this trio, there's one that fits me really, really well. It gets a notch closer for reserve. If you would, go ahead and give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Our senior heifer calf champion was shown by Gianna Bischel. And reserve champion Amanda Prowls. Our next division is our intermediate division. We'll kick it off with a single entry in our July-born calves. This is our summer yearling heifer class.
Just a single entry and one that I think can take a fair amount more of competition. This cherry red one, she just gravitates to you. I'm a sucker for that color. Love that one's body shape. Love that one's dimension. How everything's so proportional and fits together so good. Gives you a really cool look from the side. So striking about the way she attaches up high. Is she perfect in the way her shoulder's constructed? No, but I think it's adequate as of right now. Uses her hip and hind leg really good, but one that I think just balances and everything just fits in such a neat package. High quality one here for this young lady.
Class winner there was Ty Mulhaney. Congratulations. Now we'll bring in our next class, and these are all May-born heifers.
high quality trio and just a good class the whole way through. For me, I'm going to opt and use the young lady's red fronted heifer there to lead this class off. When you start breaking them down in terms of their build and their pieces and how they put everything together, I think that's the one that's just best in her overall build. Pieces everything together with the most balance, and the pieces match the best in terms of the stoutness of feature, matching how wide and bold she is up high to how stout she is about her foot and ankle. Is that the swoopiest bellied one? No. Is that the easiest moving one? No. We like to just free her up just ever so slightly out of her hip and hind leg and really let her go. But I think that's the one, when you study them just in terms of the pieces and how everything fits together, that's the best balanced one of the better looking ones within the class. The young lady's heifer, the red roan heifer here that comes next, love the way she's designed up front, how bold she is in her forerib, how she props herself up off of her front 1/3, transitioned into a very three-dimensional rib cage. Love that one's look when she gets her planted. For me, if we can just loosen her up ever so slightly in her hooks there, drop her in the hooks, lift her in her pins, and just allow her to reach and go with a little more comfort and ease off of that back 1/3, I think that makes that top fair very, very interesting if we just relax her ever so slightly and let her go with more comfort and more enthusiasm off of that back 1/3, just the pieces that she has and how bold and opened up she is and so striking when she gets parked. The young man's heifer here that comes third, love just the genuine build and the type that this one is. So good in her overall construction, the loosest and freest when you ask her to get out and go. With that, though, she gets a notch lighter about her muscle and pattern, gets a notch flatter as you study her down and through her stifle and her lower quarter, but just love the genuine pieces and what that calf represents. If we just had more of her, I think that makes that top trio very, very interesting. Love the extension and just the look and the added presence of this one that comes next. Love her color pattern, doesn't throw her off in any way, bold about her rib cage. For me, we just need to fix her in her shoulder, make her more comfortable off of her front 1/3, and loosen her up in her hock and allow her to reach and go with more comfort there as well. The young man that comes next, love how opened up this one is about her skeleton. So bold, so balanced. Love the way she transitions through all three phases. We just need to make her more comfortable off of each end of her skeleton and just give her a little more wow factor to go with those ones above. High quality class the whole way through. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results in our April class of purebred heifers: first place Riley Breik, second Vidalia Kimball, third Tyler Vondra, fourth Stephen Denzer, fifth Cade Heim. Now we will select our intermediate champion heifer. Ty Mulhaney had the class winner from the first class in this division. We just completed the second class. Riley Breik had the class winner, and Vidalia Kimball had second.
High quality division here for these summerborns. The young ladies, Jerry Red Heifer here that wins that first class. One that's just so good in terms of her overall lines and just the functionality that she brings to the table. Everything pieces together, everything transitions really, really nicely. Love the body shape, love how she ties into her forerib and the backside of her shoulder. Love the overall width and dimension that she has. One that's very elegant about her head and neck. With that, she does have just a touch of lower shoulder. If we can neaten that up in her ever so slightly and just carry her muscle down into her lower quarter and stifle just a touch more. That way everything fit together, everything balanced a little better. I think that's getting nitpicky on one that brings an awful lot of good to the table. The young lady's red roan here that comes out of that last class, that was very good the whole way through. As we talked in that class, she's the one that pieced everything together the best, everything fit together the best in terms of the stoutness of bone, matching up to the stoutness of muscle, the overall width, the body and balance that she has and how she bounces up underneath. Very good in her angles. If we could loosen her up just ever so slightly off of her hip and her hock and allow her to reach and go with just a notch more comfort is where we nitpicked on her, but I think that's getting hypercritical on one too. That brings an awful lot of good and an overall awesome presence to the table. The young ladies heifer that came second in that class, one that we certainly love, the body and dimension and the 3D look that she has when you study her cage and how opened up she is from her forerib going back through her hip and her quarter. One that's so good about the way she's designed up front, props up, she's proud. One that for me though, we just need to relax in the way that she's designed in her hip. We need to loosen up her hooks and pick her pins up and just give her a notch more comfort and flexibility as she goes off of that back 1/3. Then I think that one makes that one very, very deadly just with the other pieces that she has. Three very high quality heifers. Give these three a nice round of applause and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Our intermediate champion heifer was shown by Riley Breik. Our reserve intermediate heifer was shown by Ty Mulhaney. Now we'll move into our early spring division. We'll start with a class of 5 April-born heifers.
Give and take here, different types and kinds. The young lady here with the red and white one we're going to lead off with. This is the one when you study them in terms of their overall build and how they hit the surface. This is where this one excels. She's the best in her overall skeletal quality. She's the best in her angles and how she hits the surface on her feet and legs. With that, she has that extra foot and bone. She has that extra width, that extra dimension, that extra pop that we're looking for. Does she balance up the best in this group? No, we could soften her up ever so slightly in her rib cage, make her a shot stronger there in her loin. But when you're looking for one that gives you a really cool look, is so good built, has an extra stoutness when she hits the ground, love that one's feet and legs and that running gear. Then you match that with that width and still being neat about the way her shoulder sits on her. That's hard to do when you start adding in those pieces. So I'll give up just that little bit of extra body for those extra pieces and the overall width. The young man's red roan heifer here that's going to come next. She's the one that balances up the best. She has that extra body. She pieces everything together a little better. Although with that, she is a notch low tying. She's got a little bit more chest to her. But one I think just gets a notch flatter about her muscle pattern comparatively. But love the body and look that one has to offer. If we could pick her up and lean her up and just make everything a little bit stouter and match that one that leads off. The red and white one that comes third has that extra extension, has the body that we're looking for. Love that one's look. We just need to change her in terms of her shoulder construction and make her a little more flexible out of there. But one that it's hard to get that extra extension, all those maternal traits and everything to flow together. But one that certainly has a future in the pasture. The two that round out the class are two that fit together really, really well in my mind in terms of their type and kind. One that you love the width, you love the body, you love the dimension that they have, but we need to make them a notch more attractive about their head and neck and give them a little more go and just a little grow to them to match those ones that round out or that lead off the class, but ones that you certainly love the overall width and dimension that they bring to the table. High quality set. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
First place in our April-born heifer class, Phoenix Hubert. Second, John Reby. Third, Stephen Denzer. Fourth, Garrett Clark. Fifth, Katie Sandmeyer. Now we'll bring in a class of March heifers. 6 entries in this class.
Another really nice class with some give and take throughout. But I think the one that pieces it all together in the nicest, neatest package is the ladies' red and white one here. Love just how that one transitions, how everything balances, fits together, everything's proportional. Is she the most extreme in any one area? No, but everything fits together in that one's body type, her feet and legs, her muscle dimension. One that still gives you a nice look when you get off to the side. If you want to get critical on her, is she the nicest and neatest about the base of her throat? Does she use her hock with just the most stability? No. But when you piece everything together, I think she checks the most boxes that we're looking for. The young man's white heifer here, you just appreciate the quality that one brings to the table, especially in her back 2/3. One that's so robust, so three-dimensional about her rib. Her muscle progresses and carries down from her upper hip down into her lower quarter and stifle. Gets around really comfortably on her back too. But one, I think when we start studying her front end construction, we need to pick her up in the terms of the way she ties together and set her back and her knee ever so slightly. She just wants to start pushing just a little bit there. But one, I think just for the genuine lines and genuine quality, we certainly appreciate that one. The young lady's heifer that comes here third, you want to talk about a powerhouse, one that's so bold, so robust, so opened up, probably a little more extreme for the class that we're in here, but one that with that, she's still really nice and neat about her skeleton. Her hip ties together really well. She's comfortable off her back too. Her shoulder sits in her nice and square, but one that would just need to tone down a little bit and extend her out in order to run with those two that go ahead, but one that has those big stout out there generating pieces that are hard to find in some. The one that is just basic and practical is the young lady's red heifer here. One that's so good in her genuine build, one that doesn't wow you in any one way except the way that she's built and how she gets around the rings, probably the most comfortable of the group, but one we just need to stouten up and open up. Wants to get a notch flatter about her forerib, get a notch flatter about her muscle pattern, but one that's neat about her neck and checks those boxes in terms of the basic fundamentals. We just need to stouten her up and make her more expressive to go with those ones ahead of her. The two that come next kind of fit that same bill. Nice about their skeleton, bold about their body, get around the ring on a nice set of feet and legs, but we just need to extend them and make them balanced up and stouten them up in terms of the feature and their muscle pattern to run with those ones ahead, but ones that check the basic boxes in terms of body and dimension and just overall skeletal quality. Nice set of heifers.
First place in our March class went to Rob Ash. Second place, White Oak Beef. Third place, Madeline Schuler. Fourth, Amelia Orbow. Fifth, Zana Kleckner. Sixth place to White Oak Beef. Now we'll select our early spring champion female. We'll bring back in that class winner from Class 7, or the April class. That was Phoenix Subert. First place from the class that just completed from Rob Ash, and also the second from each class. John Reby was class winner in our April Borns, or second place winner, I should say, in our April Borns. And from the class that just completed, we'll bring back that white heifer from White Oak Beef.
A really nice division the whole way through with deep classes. As we get out here for this particular division, the young lady that wins that first class, I think if you wanted to call this one a zoo creature, you wouldn't be too far off. One that is so elevated about her head and neck, so sharp about the way that all fits on her, has that extra stoutness at the ground, and having that extra stoutness and that extra muscle, one that still gets around the ring with authority and can travel and sit down really, really soft. When we start nitpicking on her, is that one soft enough in terms of her overall rib cage? Does she balance up just good enough at this stage of the game with where she's at? But one that to have those kind of pieces and still be that genuine in terms of your overall build is awfully, awfully hard to do. The red and white one that comes out of that second class. One that's just kind of a practical, most fault-free one of that particular class. Love that one's body shape, how dimensional she is. Love how everything transitions and blends together. Still has the elegance, still has the build. Was good enough in terms of her feet and legs in that particular class. When we bring her back out here, is that one stout enough? Is she secure enough in the way that she uses her hock when you ask her to go? Is she neat enough about her chest floor? But one that certainly balances up the best and has just the basic build that we're looking at and just add the pieces onto. The young man's red roan heifer that came second in that first class. Love that one for overall balance and just genuine pieces. Needed to pick her up in terms of her neck attachment and tighten her up in terms of her chest floor. The young man's white heifer that came second out of that second class. Love that one's back 2/3. How bold she is, how she progresses in her muscle pattern. She was the most secure out of the top pair in terms of her ankle and her hock, but one that we just need to change up front in terms of her shoulder build and just set her back in her knee as she wants to push just ever so slightly there. But an awesome, awesome heifer for that young man. For me, there's a little bit of give and take as you get down to this. I think there's one that probably fits me the best, and it gets a little bit closer for reserve. If you would, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Early spring champion female was shown by Phoenix Subert. And reserve came out of the same class, shown by John Reeby. Now we'll move into a class of February-born heifers. This starts our junior division.
It's getting late in the day for these calves, and I know they were up earlier, and they're starting to show it in terms of not wanting to cooperate as much and getting a little lazy at times. But an interesting pair, I think, up on the top end. And for me, I'm going to opt to use the young ladies all cherry red heifer here to lead things off. One that I think just puts the most pieces together in the best built, most flexible one of the class. Is she the most expressive in terms of her muscle pattern? No. Is she the neatest about her chest forward and the base of her neck? No. But I think one that still transitions and balances up really, really nicely. She's the most comfortable in terms of her skeleton. She's the loosest in terms of her skeleton, and still gives you a nice enough look, and everything matches up the best when you break everything down. With that, though, the young lady that's going to come second has those big out there pieces. She's the most expressive. She's the boldest in terms of her center body. But one that I think just gets a little uncoordinated when you ask her to go out of her hip. And if we can make her more flexible there as we ask her to go, she just wants to twist and just not be as comfortable. I think that one has those pieces that if we blend those two together, we got one that's awfully nice in that regard. But we just need to tweak that in order to make her a real contender in this class. The young lady's red and white one here that comes next has the basic fundamentals. One that's good in her build, has enough body, one that still needs to open up just ever so slightly in her forerib, be a notch more expressive and carry her muscle down low in order to match everything up the best. Ties good, lays into her shoulder really nice, comfortable enough as we ask her to go. We just need to open her up and bolden her up ever so slightly to run with those two up above her. The white heifer that rounds out the class, love how she transitions out of her shoulder, really sharp about her neck, has enough muscle and expression, but one we just need to change in terms of her joint work and her lower skeleton and make her more comfortable. Really nice class, give and take there on the top end.
First place in our February heifer purebred class, Gianna Bischel. Second place, Jody Mertens. Third place, Annie Zion. And fourth, Emma Chandler. Now we have our January heifers in the ring, just 2 entries in this class, and then we'll pick our junior champion female.
Two different types and kinds and the two heifers out here. The young lady's cherry red one that we're going to lead off with, for me, is just a show heifer of the group. One that is so elegant when you get off to the side of her, has such a cool silhouette, so much body shape, so three-dimensional in terms of her cavity. One that still blends everything together in a really nice, neat package. Is she perfect in the way that her knee sits in her? No, we could set that back ever so slightly. I think when you get real picky on her, is there enough just true calf there when you get on top of her? That's where the young man's red and white one really excels, is just the overall skeletal width and the muscle that she brings to the table. That's a real separator in terms of that, but one that for me today, the young man's heifer just needs to balance up just a notch better and clean her up there in their lower joint work to allow her to excel, but one that you love the overall mass, you love the overall dimension that she brings to the table and help that young man generate here down the road. Two high quality heifers for that particular class.
First place in that class went to Brady Mulhaney, second to Chase Zion, and now we'll select our junior champion female. So we'll bring in our class winner from our February class, Gianna Bischel, and Brad Mulhaney from the class that just was completed. Second place in our February heifer class, Jody Mertens, and Chase Zion from our January class.
Another high quality division as we get back out here. The young lady's cherry red heifer that wins that first class, one that's just good practical livestock, that's hard to check or find holes in. So good in her overall build, so flexible when you ask her to get out and go. Awesome at the ground. Love the body shape and dimension that one has to offer. Muscle matches her bone work. But we want to nitpick on that one. We need to clean her up in her chest floor, chisel her out there at the base of her neck. But one that I think is just good practical livestock within that particular class. She was the best built, the loosest skeleton one, and everything fit the best together in that one. The young lady's red heifer that wins that second class, that's the show heifer. One that is so elegant from the side. Love that one's silhouette. She's getting tired out here, as all these cattle are, but one that's really good out of her hip and hind leg. Has that extra dimension in terms of her body cavity, blends everything together really well. Enough expression of muscle for what that calf is. But one, as we talked in class, is she good enough in the way that her knee sits in her? We could set that back ever so slightly. And then is there just enough calf there? Is she opened up enough? Does all that match the way the body and everything else is? But for me, I think it comes down to these two class winners. Take nothing away from the other two. There's give and takes throughout this entire division in terms of types and kinds and dimensions. But my job is for me to go find the most fault-free one within those classes and what I feel it is. So if you would, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a grand in reserve.
Our junior champion female was exhibited by Brady Mulhaney. And reserve junior champion was shown by Gianna Bischel. So we have one more division to go in the heifer show. We'll bring in our senior female. One heifer born October 22nd of 2024. So we'll do this one more class, the single entry. That'll be your automatic senior champion. Then we'll pick our champion heifer.
Just a single entry to round out the divisions. One that I think is just so good in her genuine build. Love that one's angles, the way she sets into her knee, the way her shoulder's constructed, how everything blends back through. Love that one's rib cage, so elegant about the top side of her neck. One that for me, though, I think we just need to tighten her up there in the base of her chest floor and just make her a notch more comfortable off of those back two, the way she moves out of her hip. But one that you certainly appreciate her genuine build and her body shape and how youthful she is over the top side of her neck at this stage of the game. Nice way to round out those divisions.
First place in that class in our senior champion heifer, shown by Allie Culver. So now we will select our champion purebred heifer of the open show today. White Oak Beef had the spring heifer calf champion. Our senior heifer calf champion was shown by Gianna Bischel. Our intermediate champion, Riley Breik. Early spring champion female, Phoenix Subert. Our junior champion, Brady Mulhaney, and our senior champion, Allie Culver. We did have a reserve division in our senior heifer calf class, Amanda Prowls. Our intermediate reserve champion was Ty Mulhaney. Early spring reserve champion, John Reby. Our junior reserve champion female was Gianna Bischel.
Oh, we won't go back through and talk each division here. We've talked all of them in depth. It's been a long day for not only the showmen and the cattle, but everybody else. With that, first and foremost, one thing I think that is extremely important is no matter what we do, make sure we put God first. When we put God first, everything else takes care of itself. And just thank Him for all the blessings that He's given us and allow us to do what we get to do here today. Secondly, to thank all my family and everybody back home. Taking care of chores allows me to do what I get to do and travel around. We kick off Junior National Run here next week with Mains and Keys, but without them and all the sacrifices that my mom and dad have made, wouldn't be able to do what I do and wouldn't be where I am today. And then lastly, just a challenge for everybody is don't forget why we do what we do. Everything isn't about the banner. There's a greater purpose to what we're doing here today. We all want to win. That's why we show up. But we have a greater purpose in doing this, and that's the youth and all the kids here and shaping them for the next future. So with that, every day just don't forget what your why is and why we're doing what we're doing here. There's a greater purpose that we've been blessed here to take care of things. With that, thank you to the committee, everybody that puts the show on. Without their sacrifices and everything that they do, give them a nice big round of applause because they're the ones that make this all run. Again, it's always a privilege to be able to stand out here in the middle and tell you what my thoughts are. I know there's certainly places that we probably could have flipped some stuff, and I probably wouldn't disagree with you. But we get back out here. I think there's a couple of them that fit the bill for me, that put the most good together, that balance up the best, maybe come in just a little bit different package right now. But with that, it's been an honor. It's been a privilege. Thank you again for the opportunity. We'll get you a grain in reserve.
Our champion purebred heifer was shown by Riley Breik. Reserve champion purebred heifer came out of that same division, our intermediate division, shown by Ty Mulhaney.
Young man just keeps bringing us quality cow-calf pairs. Love the moderation and the balance and just the substance and skeletal width that this one brings to the table. Good enough on her feet and legs, good enough the way she's built out of her front 1/3. We could fix her on her ankle there in the back part and just extend her out ever so slightly. But one for that moderation to have that much width, that good a balance, and still be long enough neck like that. Good enough udder quality. Doing a nice job with that young calf and the pieces that it brings to the table. Just a nice practical kind of brood cow for that young man.
First place 2-year-old cow-calf pair shown by Jackson Britsky. Congratulations.
You're welcome. Gianna. Yeah, Gianna, she has to decide. Does she want laundry today or does she want Thank you for winning, Brian. Thanks.
So this would be our older cow-calf pair class. My information shows that we have a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old cow-calf pair.
Two high-quality pairs here. Two cows that are doing an excellent job with their calves. Both offer a lot of good. I think both cows are very extended, but very opened up in terms of their body cavity. I think when you really break it down, the real difference is when you start studying their udder quality. I think that's what really separates them for me. And the red cow here, I think, just takes the lead in that fashion. Such balance about her udder quality. I love the way her teat placement is and how refined she is in that regard. Then you start studying their calf, and that cow's doing one well of a job on this excellent little heifer calf. But love the body, love the extension, love the mass. But I think it's the udder quality that really separates her in terms of this lineup. The young man's red roan here, it comes second. Love the extension and the look and the skeletal quality that she brings to the table. So good about her cage, awesome about her feet and legs. I think for me, though, we just need to make her udder a little more balanced, refine her in terms of her teat quality ever so slightly. But that's an exceptional cow that's doing a really nice job with this little heifer calf that carries those same qualities that her mom has in terms of the extension and the way she gets around at the ground.
So first place in our second cow-calf pair class went to White Oak Beef. Second place to John Reby, and now we'll select our champion cow-calf pair. We'll bring Jackson back in, Jackson Britsky with his 2-year-old White Oak Beef with their 3-year-old. And we'll also have John come back in vying for reserve.
We round up the show here today with the Shorthorn pairs. 3 exceptional pairs, all doing a very nice job. All excellent brood cows for these individuals. The young man's pair out of that first class, appreciate her for her moderation, her overall width and dimension. As we compare her to the 2 out of that second class, does she maybe have just some of those elite pieces? As she has extended, and as she has good in her utter quality and refinement, but one that you certainly appreciate her moderation, her overall skeletal width, and her robustness. And being the younger cow, I honestly appreciate the udder that she has on her at this stage. The 2 that come out of that last class, as we just talked, what separated that pair was just the udder quality of the cow that we used to win. Love the balance, love the refinement. They're doing such a good job with that heifer calf at her side. Love the extension, the feet and legs. Same thing can be said for the red roan that comes second out of that class. Love the overall extension, the overall build. We just needed to balance her udder up and refine her teats just a little bit. But 2 excellent pairs that come out of that last class. Take nothing away from the young man here out of that first class, but we'll keep those 2 together out of that second for grade and reserve. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, Jackson Pritzky, for champion cow-calf pair, White Oak Beef with reserve. Keep watching the Wisconsin Shorthorn Association website for details on next year's show. And we want to thank everyone for watching, exhibiting, and helping.
Tucker.